morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
Mr. Sledge, yesterday I showed you an exhibit, 425Y, to see if it refreshed your recollection. I'm going to show you what I will label as 425 Yankee Alpha and see if this exhibit refreshes your recollection regarding your phone number back on December of 2014 and in 2015. Okay?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
And don't read it out loud, but is the photograph depicted in 425 Yankee Alpha the same photograph that was depicted in the exhibit you saw yesterday?
Yes.
And is that you and your child in that photograph?
Yes.
Do you recall how old your child was in that photograph, approximately?
No, I believe he was just born. I don't.
He was just born?
Yes, I don't exactly know how old he was on that photo.
That's fair. When was that baby born?
Ms. Love, if what you want is the phone number, let's cut to the phone number, okay?
I'm asking for
Let's get a move on it.
Are you able to read this?
Yes.
Okay. And based on what you are reading,
Try that other mic, maybe. Which I know has also got its own problems, but.
do you recall making the posts that you see in the sidelines of this photograph?
They say my name right there, whatever the Instagram name was at that time.
Is this a post that was on your Instagram page?
Yes.
Does this post refresh your memory about what your phone number was?
Yeah, it looked like something I wrote.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of what you wrote and posted on your Instagram page?
Yes.
Are you able to now tell the jury what your phone number was?
It say 446628935.
404
Yes.
662
8935.
8935. And
Yeah.
was that your phone number?
I guess I don't remember the look, but I see it on the photo. It said I gave it to somebody, but for my personal knowledge, I don't remember. But from the photo, it's saying it's my number because I sent it to whoever that was.
Your Honor, given that, and thank you, Mr. Sledge. Given that Mr. Sledge does not recall the state tenders State's Exhibit 425 Yankee Alpha as a past recollection recorded.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to...
You may.
And Your Honor, there is also the... Okay. Thank you, Judge. Could you zoom in? All right. Mr. Sledge, would you read the first post that you made?
It said I woke up like this.
And then what's the next one?
My baby.
And are you responding to someone, tagging someone, saying that?
Yeah, I said, it said thank you, sis.
All right. And is that at K2 Success that you're telling that it's your baby?
Yeah, it do. It say thank you, sis.
All right. And what's the next line?
Such a good father. Keep up the good work, bro.
And then who is that person talking
They
to?
said thank you, sis.
Is that person writing to at YSL _ Tounk?
Yes.
And is that Kahenti, Kahenti, that made that post?
Yes.
In response, do you then tell K-A-H-E-N-T-I, thanks, sis?
Yes.
And then do you tell someone else thank you?
Yes.
Does MDBNELL congratulate at YSL_Tounk?
Yes.
After that, does Pizzle.dope ask, say slime, what's your math?
That's a number thing. I don't know. But I see the pound sign number for a number
Do
on
you
my
see?
side.
Okay.
If you pay
Right here, do you see say slime, what's your math?
oh, okay. I see it on now, but it don't show right here.
You don't see say slime, what's your math?
Oh, okay, right there. Okay.
Okay.
I was looking right there.
That's okay. And then, do you respond to at pixel effing baby, what's the move, slime?
Yes.
And then does pixel.dope respond, trying to see now, send your number? They
Yes.
use a hashtag.
Yes.
And then do you respond to at pixel effing baby 404-662-8935?
Yes, but that's yes. Go ahead. Yes, I respond to that.
You're able to say whatever
No,
you
go
need to
go.
explain.
I respond to that.
Okay. And was this post made around the time that your child was born?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you tell us when your child was born?
I just remember December, around December or something.
December what year?
2014, I want to say.
Thank you. Yesterday, we talked about what happened on January the 10th of 2015. Has any part of what you told the jury yesterday changed regarding what you recall happening January 10th, 2015, after you learned about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
You gotta refresh my memory. I don't remember.
Do you remember what happened after you learned about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, could you refresh my memory?
So is it your testimony you do not remember what you told the jury yesterday?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't remember right now. If you could show me, then I can. I don't remember right now.
Did you testify yesterday that you got a call around 10 something p.m. or you got a DM
Yes.
that indicated you and someone else were responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Do you now remember what you did after you got that DM?
No, I don't think I said. I remember saying that I went to Mr. Jeffrey's house.
And do you remember what you said or who you said was at Mr. Jeffrey's house?
Yeah, whoever. I don't know if he's the cameraman or he just do the videos. I'm not for sure about that.
All right. And is it still your recollection that only Mr. Bean, you, your child's mother, your child, are the people that you recall being at that house on 10th Street?
I told you it was other people there, but I don't know the other people.
Did you also testify that none of the defendants in this courtroom were there?
I said, I don't remember seeing none of them. Now, that's what I said.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying. You said that yesterday. Is that still your memory today?
If you have anything to refresh my memory, Ms. Love, you can show me and then.
I appreciate that.
But I don't remember.
Okay, so that's still your memory today.
Yeah, that's my memory today. I don't remember.
And what about when you went to Mr. Williams' second residence. Today, do you have any further memory about who all was at that residence?
No, if you have anything that can refresh my memory, you can show it to me, but I don't remember.
Okay. And do you not remember any of the defendants in the courtroom here being at that residence?
I don't remember.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. Do you remember being at Rice Street in November of 2015?
November, yes.
And while you were at Rice Street in November of 2015, do you remember calling and speaking with your child's mother at various times?
I talked to her a lot of times, so you got to refresh my memory.
Would showing you a rough transcript of that call refresh your memory about what was said during, or let me ask you this, do you recall talking to your child's mother on November 19th, 2015 at 8:03 p.m.?
I don't remember the dates, man, love. I talk to her most every day, so I don't remember the exact dates.
Would showing you a rough transcript of a call refresh your memory?
Maybe if you show it to me, yeah.
All right. Your Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney and to review the exhibit labeled States 448 Yankee that I gave to you to refresh your memory?
Yes.
All right. And is the attorney with whom you reviewed that document the same one that you had on December 28, 2022?
Yes.
Were you able to ask questions and gain answers to every question that you had regarding this document?
Yes.
All right. Does reviewing States Exhibit 448 Yankee refresh your memory about a phone call that you had with your girlfriend, with your child's mom, on November 19, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to place this here as not admitted, but for the purposes of the record.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, having read States 448, do you have any more memory about who all was at Mr. Williams' condo, or with whom you might have met at the condo after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Could you repeat that, my love? Repeat it one more time.
Yes, sir. Having refreshed your memory about the phone call that you had with your child's mother,
Yes.
do you have any more memories about who all you met up with after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Yes, I think.
All right. When you say you think, who is it that you think you remember you met up with after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Who I met up with, or who I was at the condo. You losing me right now.
Let's go with the way you first said it, or the last said it. Who all was at the condo?
I still don't remember who I was there with. I'm trying to think. I seen the paper, but I didn't see any name really that was on the docket saying who was all there.
Do you remember whether Quindarius Zachary was there?
I think Quindarius Zachary was there when I got there.
Do you remember whether Shannon Stillwell was there.
I still don't remember if Shannon Stillwell was there because I didn't see him personally with my eyes, so I still don't remember if he was there or not.
Do you remember whether Diamante Kendrick was there?
No, I think Mr. Kendrick was not there when I got there.
And when you say you did not see Shannon Stillwell with your eyes, is your testimony today you know for a fact that you didn't see Shannon Stillwell or that you don't recall?
I don't recall. When I got there, I didn't see Shannon Stillwell there. When I first got there. That's what I'm saying.
At any point, were you, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Quindarius Zachary, Defendant Williams, in a room at one of his condos the night Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I think we was. I think, yes.
Which one? Which condo?
Not the first one.
The second condo?
Yes.
All right. What were y'all doing?
Nothing. Mr. Williams getting himself together.
At what point did, and let me back up and ask you this, would you characterize your being there as y'all all meeting up at that house?
I don't think we all arrived at the same time.
That's not what I asked. Would you characterize you all being there as y'all all meeting up at the house?
Yes.
All right. And what purpose did you all meet up at the house for?
They was going to the show and the video shoot with him. From my understanding.
Were you working as head of security for Defendant Williams at that time?
No, I don't think so.
And Kenneth Copeland, was he also one of the persons that met up with you, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Quindarius Zachary, and Defendant Williams at Defendant Williams' condo?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. He was there and he was one of the ones y'all met up with. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he came down to the condo.
All right. Now, what did y'all talk about at the condo when y'all all met up?
I don't basically remember the conversation that we was having, but I don't remember the conversation. I'm gonna say that.
Is it still your testimony that you went to Defendant Williams' condo solely because you got a DM accusing you of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. That's the reason, yes.
Was there any other reason?
I don't remember. If you have anything that can fresh my memory, you can show me, but I don't remember no other reason why.
That's the only reason that you remember today? Okay.
Yes.
Given that that is the only reason you can think of that you went to Defendant Williams' condo, did you talk about the fact that you were, one, that Donovan Thomas had been murdered, and two, you were one of the ones accused of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Sustained.
Thank you. Did you talk about with the people you met up with the fact that Donovan Thomas had been murdered?
Yes.
All right. Now, about what time did you all meet up at Defendant Williams' second location, his other condo?
I don't remember the time.
Do you recall whether it was before or after midnight?
No, I don't remember.
Based on what you said yesterday, is it safe to say it was definitely after 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yeah, it was after 10 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Do you remember how long you talked about Donovan Thomas's murder with the people that you met up with?
It couldn't have been too long because I ended up dropping Copeland off, so I don't remember how long it exactly was.
What was the atmosphere in the room while you all talked about Donovan Thomas's murder?
What you mean, atmosphere? Could you explain that to me?
I can. How did you bring up Donovan Thomas? Well, who brought up Donovan Thomas's murder when you all met up?
I already had spoke about it to Mr. Williams.
Right.
So I don't know who started the conversation at the second location.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
I just know the conversation with me and Kenny Copeland was the one responsible for it.
And was there anything said by anybody else that you remember?
Not really. I just remember Mr. Williams telling me that we ain't had nothing to do with it. Go down now.
Who is the we?
Me and Kenny Copeland.
Okay. And do you know how it is that Mr. Williams is able to tell you that you all don't have anything to do with it?
He wasn't directly like trying to tell us what to do. He just was basically saying, don't go to the show and go down there and clear our name.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, did Kenneth Copeland go to Miami?
I don't know. I think he called me and told me he was in Miami, but I don't personally know was he in Miami.
And is it your testimony that you didn't go to the show because, well, you wanted to stay and make sure your family was safe?
Yes.
All right. But is it also fair to say that you weren't trying to clear your name? You did not go to the did you? I'll rephrase. Did you stay back from the show in order to clear your name?
Sustained.
Did you make any efforts to clear your name?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not suggesting the answer. I'm just asking one that's yes or no.
Ask it a different way.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you take Mr. Williams' advice that you say he gave?
Sustained.
What did you do after you were told to not go to the show and clear your name?
I dropped Copeland off and I went on about my business.
Okay. Do you make or recall anything else anyone else in that room said about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm asking if he recalls anything else. He seemed to remember something.
Go ahead.
Do you recall anything else anyone else in that room said about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No.
After you dropped Mr. Copeland off, did you ever go back to the condo that night?
We talked about this yesterday, Miss Love. I told you I went to the hotel room.
I understand. Did you leave the hotel at any time and go back to the condo?
No.
Did you see either Defendant Williams? We'll start with him. Did you see Defendant Williams anymore before he left for Miami?
You say that night?
Between the time you said you left his condo and the time that he left for Miami, did you see him at any other time?
No.
Did you see Defendant Stillwell at any time after you left Defendant Williams' condo?
No, Miss Love.
Do you know whether Defendant Stillwell went to Miami?
No, I don't know that neither.
Do you know whether Defendant Kendrick went to Miami?
Well, I think Mr. Kendrick will going because he's supposed to be in the video or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. He was going to help perform that night.
Do you know whether he went?
I don't know personally because I didn't see it, so I can't say personally that he went.
Do you know whether Mr. Zachary went to Miami?
No.
Did you speak with Mr. Williams at any time that he was purportedly in Miami?
I think he called and checked on me. I'm not for sure. I don't remember that. I think he called and checked on me, but I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kenneth Copeland at any time that he was in Miami?
Well, he told me him, his daughter, and himself or something went down there, if I ain't mistaken.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I guess yes.
Did you speak with defendant Stillwell at any time during a point where he was in Miami?
No.
Did you speak with defendant Kendrick at any time while he was purportedly in Miami?
No.
Now, when you spoke with these gentlemen that you love that are YSL members, did you always talk with them either in person or on a telephone line, or did you have any other ways that you communicated with them?
We never really talked on the phone that much. Me and Mr. Stillwell probably talked on the phone more than anybody.
And do you count FaceTime as talking on the phone?
Yes.
All right. How often would you say that you FaceTimed with Kenneth Copeland?
Not, I can't answer. I don't know.
Did you FaceTime with Kenneth Copeland before he met with you at defendant Williams' condo?
I don't recall.
Did you FaceTime with defendant Williams before you went to his condo?
I don't recall. If you have anything to refresh my memory, you can refresh my memory, but I don't recall talking to Mr. Williams before I went down to his condo.
What about defendant Stillwell? Did you FaceTime with him before y'all met up at the condo?
No.
Did you FaceTime with defendant Kendrick before y'all met up at the condo?
No.
Are you able to give us just a rough estimation of how frequently you spoke with defendant Williams on FaceTime?
I can't give you that. I don't recall.
Did you, between the time that photograph in 425 Yankee was posted, so around December 2014, and January 10th, 2015, was that the same number that you would have used and FaceTimed with?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Okay.
I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't recall that. I don't know.
Okay. Are you able to say with any degree of certainty about how often you FaceTime with defendant Stillwell, since you said that's who you talk with the most?
We used to FaceTime a lot, so.
And the jury, and I don't know what a lot means for you, so could you please tell them what that means?
I can't give you a number of how much we FaceTime. I can't give you that number.
And thank you. I don't need a specific number. Was it every day?
I say yes, probably yes.
Was it multiple times a day or just once a day?
We talked like big brothers, little brothers, so I don't know how many times a day that me and him talked on the phone, but we talked a lot on the phone every day.
Defendant Williams and you, how often did y'all talk on FaceTime?
Me and Mr. Williams didn't talk on the phone as much as me and Mr. Stillwell did.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I believe that the instruction that the court has that should precede what will be marked as State's Exhibit 442Y that we have sent would be appropriately read.
All right, so this is going to be about his plea in this case. Okay.
Yes. In this case.
All right. So I'm going to again instruct y'all, and this time everything I'm going to say is going to be applicable to this plea in this 2022 case. All right. So you are about to hear, and you actually have heard evidence that this witness, was a co-defendant in this case, has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that the co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider this co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, and they are going to be admissions in this case, this wasn't an Alfred plea, this was a regular guilty plea, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have to the issues on trial.
Thank you, Judge. And we are going to play that. I wanted to ask Mr. Sledge a few more questions. Mr. Sledge, yesterday, you, am I correct that you testified that you know of an Antonio Sumlin?
Yeah, I know of him.
Okay. And did you testify that that's the person that you called Obama?
You never asked me, did I call him Obama? Not.
Okay. Did you call him Obama?
Yes.
All right. And how well would you say you know him? You said you know of him. How well?
Yeah, I used to see him around, but me and him never really hung out together.
To your knowledge, did he ever claim YSL?
Yes, I heard, yes.
Okay. And when is the last time that you talked with Obama?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Did you talk with him in 2022?
Yes, probably. Yeah, I probably talked to him in 2022.
Do you know how often? Generally speaking, I don't need a
No,
exact number.
when I seen him, I talked to him.
Okay. Did you ever FaceTime with him?
No, I never been on the phone with him.
All right. Was the last time that you saw him in 2022?
Yeah, in person.
Okay. And do you recall if you ever spoke with him around April 2022?
April 2022?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall speaking with him around the time that this indictment came out?
I don't remember talking to him when the indictment came out.
Okay. Did you ever share any bills with Obama?
What bills? What kind of bills?
Any bills. I don't even care what kind. Any kind of bills with Antonio Sumlin.
What you mean by bills? Could you be more specific? I'm asking you to be more specific.
Money that you owe to somebody else.
No, I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Did you ever have to pay any rent with Mr. Sumlin in 2022?
Mr. Sumlin never paid any rent with me.
Did you ever have to pay any with him?
No.
Okay. Do you know of anyone else within YSL who is referred to as Mounk Tounk?
No.
Have you ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
Now that I know, he never gave me no money for no light bill.
That's not what I asked. Have you, Mr. Sledge, ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
No, overruled. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it?
Have you, Mr. Sledge, ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
I don't recall, I don't remember, Ms. Love, but I know if you came to my house and stayed for weeks and months, eventually I want some money for you staying there.
I imagine so. Have you ever had any I take it back. Have you ever had any reason to charge money at a door along with Mr. Sumlin for a light bill?
You already asked that question, Ms. Love.
I'm going to object to relevance at this point.
Your Honor, I have a very good faith basis for asking this question.
Okay, well, you're asking him, basically, has he ever charged money at a door for a light bill? Charged anybody money at a door for a light bill, right? Just maybe ask
Yes.
that and then.
Yes. Yes.
Because if he has no recollection, then he has no recollection whether he was with himself or somebody else. So
Yes.
if you want to make sure that he understands the entire universe of people, have you ever charged them? Go ahead and ask that. But then if he doesn't recall, let's move on.
Thank you. Have you ever been upset that people were hanging out with you or at you and a spot you may have shared with Mr. Sumlin and not paid bills?
I didn't share with him. He probably stayed a couple of nights, and when the bill came, I told him to give me money on the bill. That ain't.
Okay. And when you say stayed a couple of nights, where would it have been that he stayed?
He probably stayed in my room because I went home.
Okay. And was that your room on Boulevard or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
All right. Was it a house that you lived at?
I stayed there when I wanted to.
What street was that house on?
I think it was off Brown Mill. I'm not for sure. I think it was off Brown Mill, though. I'm not for sure.
Did you have a nickname for that house?
No, I didn't have a nickname for no house.
To your knowledge, did anyone ever call that house the Web?
I never hung it. I never been there when they called it the Web.
Do you know of a place called the Web?
I heard of it.
Do you know where it is?
It was off Brown Mill somewhere, but I never been to it. I just knew it was off Brown Mill.
Have you ever seen it?
I didn't know exactly what house it was whenever they was calling the Web, but I never been to it at that time, so I don't know.
Who is the they that you're referring to that called it the Web?
The streets. I heard people like at the gas station, like, I'm about to go to the Web. So I don't know.
Were those people YSL?
I guess.
Did you ever hear anybody other than YSL members talk about going to the Web?
Yes, I done heard females say they was going to the Web.
All right. Do you know or have any idea how far the Web was from the place you said that you were at off Browns Mill Road?
No, I don't know exactly.
Do you know the last time that you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
I can't tell you the last time I talked to Kenneth Copeland.
Do you recall whether you talked to him in 2022?
I don't recall.
Do you remember talking to Kenneth Copeland at all while Kenneth Copeland was in prison around that time? That time being 2022.
I don't know if I talked to Kenneth Copeland in that time. I'm not for sure, my lord. I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I'm not for sure.
Right today, you don't remember?
Yeah, I don't remember. Right.
Okay.
So.
Do you remember whether you talked to Demekion Garlington?
When?
When was the last time you recall talking to Demekion Garlington?
I'll probably say 2022.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Kenneth Copeland or Demekion Garlington, either of them, about a RICO indictment?
You saying did I ever talk to them about it?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember, so if you have anything, you can refresh my memory. Yeah.
Do you have any memory of having conversations about a potential RICO indictment before this indictment or its predecessor was ever brought forward?
I don't remember, Ms. Love. I'm being honest with you. I don't remember.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Your Honor, at this time, the state asks permission to publish 442 Yankee. I'm sorry. We tender 442 Yankee as evidence.
All right, that is admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Judge.
We're on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Antonio Sledge in 22 SC 183572. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And good afternoon, counsels Love and Hilton. Okay, counsels, I understand this is supposed to be a negotiated plea. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Sledge, can I get you to raise your right hand as best you're able?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God or so firm?
Yes, I do.
All right, you put your hand down, sir.
Mr. Sledge, please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Antonio Sledge.
And are you the same Antonio Sledge, also known as Mounk Tounk, who is listed in indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 41, 10th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as possession of a firearm by a convicted felon,
Yes,
as
ma'am.
listed in count 30 of this indictment.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive a formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you, Mr. Wright, know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
I do not.
Mr. Sledge, has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading guilty to
Yes,
today?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty,
Yes, ma'am.
which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence:
Yes, ma'am.
As to count 1, 15 years to serve on probation, subject to the special conditions contained in the plea agreement that I have in my hand that I will show you in just a moment. And on count 30, although you are pleading guilty, sentencing will be withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the initial trial of this case, provided defendant you have complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of section 3, special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees that the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to null pros count 30. Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation? And we will read into the record the terms of the plea agreement in a moment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those sentences consecutively or one after the other if the court does not accept that negotiated plea?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1AS. Do you recognize the document in State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your signature on page 7 of 7 of State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, actually, and Mr. Sledge, have you had an opportunity to review each and every provision within State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
As reflected on State's Exhibit 1AS, the current charges that you face are count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, and count 30, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, OCGA 16-11-133. The negotiated sentence as outlined in State's 1AS is count 1, 15 years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until the years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until the years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until the years on probation, and count 30, sentencing.
We might need to skip forward 2 seconds. Try that.
The agreement is not captured, I'm going to object to skipping forward. I'll see.
Let's see.
Your Honor.
I'm not saying to skip anything substantively. I'm trying to
Right.
see if they can skip over the part where it's just repeating
Skipping,
itself.
yes. We're sharing through a different screen, and we're going to go ahead and pick up
on
at
these
6:40
charges.
At 6:40 where we stopped.
It has complied with the special conditions outlined in section B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta, F as in Frank, I as in Indigo of section 3, special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement. The state agrees that defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to null pros count 30. The special conditions of the sentence, as outlined in section 3, are that defendant shall abide in full by each and all of the terms of this negotiated agreement. Defendant's failure to abide by any term of this agreement shall constitute a violation of the agreement. Defendant shall testify truthfully about all matters relating to this case upon which he is questioned at any trial or judicial proceeding stemming from the facts alleged in this indictment. In accordance with testifying truthfully about all matters relating to this case, defendant acknowledges that each and all of the statements contained within the defendant's factual acknowledgments section of this agreement are true. Defendant shall testify truthfully about each statement contained within defendant's factual acknowledgments and any matters related to this case when asked to do so in any proceeding related to the facts alleged in this indictment. Defendant shall possess no guns unless his right to do so is restored. Defendant shall commit no criminal acts. Defendant shall submit to random drug screenings by the Department of Community Supervision and any agency designated by the court in this case. Should the defendant test positive for any Schedule 1, 2, or 3 drug, defendant shall within 30 days of said positive test undergo drug rehabilitation as designated by the court or the Department of Community Supervision and shall successfully complete said rehabilitation program. Defendant relinquishes any Fifth Amendment right related to any statement contained within defendant's factual acknowledgments contained within this plea agreement. Section 4, defendant's factual acknowledgments. Have you initialed each and all of the defendant's factual acknowledgments contained within section 4 of this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that initial AS your initial?
Yes, ma'am.
The factual acknowledgments are as follows. Number 3, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, where defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and where on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-girlfriend. Number 4, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in Part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. Number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5 above. Number 7, defendant was told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia, to discuss the murder. Number 8, defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Number 9, on January the 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, who gave defendant and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. Number 16, defendant has personal knowledge that he and other members or associates of YSL have either participated in or directly committed at least one of the following crimes in order to increase the notoriety and reputation of YSL: murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, theft, illegal gun possession, and illegal drug possession and sales. Mr. Sledge, have you had an opportunity to go over each one of the defendant's factual acknowledgments and make corrections where necessary?
Yes.
And do you now acknowledge under oath that each of the factual acknowledgments that you have initialed in this section are true and correct and accurate to the best of your ability?
Yes, ma'am.
Part 5 of this plea agreement, Your Honor, states that defendant's sentencing acknowledgments are as follows. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, the district attorney can and will use the contents of this document and agreement during any judicial proceeding. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections or prison. Number 3, defendant understands fully that any violation of any provision or of any special condition of this plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law. Number 4, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in this plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment. Number 5, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of any provision or of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment and may result in defendant being, and Your Honor, there is a typo that is in this document. It's the word should be being, and it's spelled B-E-G-I-N. I'm going to ask that defendant just strike through and initial that word, B-E-G-I-N to B-E-I-N-G.
Changes to E, then initial right there.
And Mr. Sledge, is that your initial above the strike through of the word begin to change it to being?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections or prison. Number 6, defendant understands fully that no promises, agreements, or conditions have been made other than those set forth in this document. Mr. Sledge, are these your initials on each section under defendant's sentencing acknowledgments?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sledge, do you agree that the following statement is one that you have read, fully understood, and signed your name acknowledging? I, Antonio Sledge, have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and I acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein. I fully understand this agreement, and I've had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with my attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in this document have been made to me in furtherance of this agreement. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Is that the statement that you acknowledged in this agreement?
Yeah, ma'am.
And is that the statement to which you sign your name underneath?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state tenders as evidence State's Exhibit 1AS.
No.
Any objection? States 1AS is admitted for purpose of plea.
Mr. Sledge, I'm showing you, and Your Honor, I'll show defense before I present it to him, what was admitted during that session as 1AS. If anyone wants to see it, if not, I'll go ahead and approach the witness.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, would you please take a look at 1AS and tell me if 1AS, which was admitted for the purposes of your plea, and the document we have been referring to, yes, thank you, as states 444 Yankee, and I will now add back the first two sheets. Would you please look at those two documents and tell me if states 444 Yankee is an exact copy of States Exhibit 1AS that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Look at the whole thing or just the
Yes,
first
sir.
two?
Please look at the entire thing.
Yes, I remember this one.
And is States Exhibit 444 Yankee an exact duplicate of the document labeled States Exhibit 1AS?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. One moment. That's all the state has for me.
All right, is there a cross-examination of Mr. Sledge? All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp. Yes.
Mr. Kokomo's in need of the Zoom link.
It's the same it's been all week. Can you look at maybe a prior day's email? Or the state will forward it. Thank you. He's got it. He's in.
Mr. Sledge, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to be asking you some questions about that document that you were just reviewing, do you have that up there with you?
No, she took it.
Okay. If I ask you specific questions about that document, do you think it might be helpful for you to have it in front of you to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, I think it's right up with the court reporter.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
And just please listen to my questions and then answer truthfully, okay?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Sledge, I'm going to ask you to go back to December 28th of 2022, okay?
Yes.
Now, that is the day that you pled guilty, correct?
Yes.
And that's also the day, as I understand it, that you initialed that document. Is that correct?
Yes.
Initialed the factual acknowledgments within the document, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you one question before I get there, though. What day were you arrested on this case?
I want to say May 27, 2022.
May 27th, 2022. Well, that works out well for my limited math here. Okay.
Sustained.
So, May 27th of 2022 to December 28th of 2022. That seems to me 7 months. Is that correct?
Yes, 7 or 8.
Okay. So on December 28th of 2022, when you initialed those documents, you had been locked up for 7 months.
Yes.
Okay. You had previously moved for a bond in this case, correct?
Yes.
You moved for a bond on October 13th, I believe, 2022?
I don't remember the date, but yes, I know.
It was in October,
Yes.
and the state opposed your release on bond, correct?
Yes.
And Judge Glanville denied bond, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on December 28th, 2022, you had been locked up for 7 months and 1 day, and you did not have a bond.
Objection, asked, answered, and compound.
Sustained.
On December 28th, 2022, you did not have a bond, correct?
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when you were locked up, we're saying locked up, where were you living? Where were you held?
At the Fords County Rice Street.
Okay, that's Fulton County Jail?
Yeah, jail.
Okay, and we're not, generally speaking, is that a nice place to be?
Objection, roll.
Overruled.
No.
Is that a dangerous place?
Yes.
Is that a filthy place?
Yes.
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, there were some things going on in your life, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you've already shared with us that your mother was ill.
Yes.
Certainly, on that date, you wanted to get home to your ill mother. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You are also a father, right, Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
You have 8 children, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, I don't need to know the age of every child, but what was the age ranges?
23, the youngest 9.
The youngest was 9.
He 9 now.
Okay, so about 7.
Yeah, about 7 then.
All right. And do your children live in Atlanta?
Yes, all of them.
Okay. Do you spend time with your children?
Yes.
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Do you attend to your children's daily needs?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
You may.
It goes to his need to get out of jail.
All right, we'll get to it.
Okay. Do you attend to your children's daily needs?
Yes.
Do you drive your children to school?
Objection, Your Honor,
Let's move along a little bit.
Okay. Did you have a significant other at the time?
Yes.
I have a rule.
Yes.
And I don't even need to say her name. Her initials are DB.
Yes.
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, did you miss DB?
Yes.
Did you miss your children?
Yes.
You indicated that Derek Wright is your attorney,
Yes.
and he's represented you in the past,
Yes.
and you hired him on this case.
Yes.
Okay. When you testified, I want to make sure I'm correct on this, you paid him a certain amount of money, and I don't need to know the amount.
Objection, relevance.
He's testified that he did not, his understanding was he did not pay his attorney. You didn't, the money that you paid your attorney, you knew it wasn't enough for him to go to trial on this long case, correct?
Yes.
That was your understanding.
Yes.
That was his understanding.
Yes.
You did not have an attorney to take this case to trial.
All right, no. Now that we all know that that's not true, that anybody who can't afford an attorney is entitled to get an
Well, I'm
attorney
gonna get
without
there.
cost to them.
I'm going to get there. There were people in this case that couldn't afford an attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, relevance.
People weren't, people still don't have attorneys.
Hang on. Don't talk over each other. That is not relevant to the question that you're asking him, nor to this trial going on right now.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes,
If he knows he's going to sit.
you may, yes. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharp.
All right. We had just, last thing I asked you was about your representation. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, and that you had not hired Mr. Wright for trial.
No.
On December 28th, 2022, okay, you were aware that, well, let me back up. Typically, have you ever had appointed counsel?
Objection, relevance.
Just trying to educate on how it usually works. I'll move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
On December 28th, 2022, you were aware of co-defendants on this case who had been arrested.
Yes.
And there were some of those individuals who could not afford attorneys, correct?
Right.
And you were aware that some of those individuals were in Rice Street,
Yes.
or they were in Rice Street,
Yes.
and those individuals that could not afford attorneys had not been appointed attorneys as of December 28, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you did not want to be in their position?
Yes.
Meaning you did not want to be in Rice Street without an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. You believed, for the purposes of having representation, it was in your best interest to resolve your case via plea on December 28, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what coercion means?
No.
Okay. What about pressure?
Yes, I know what pressure means.
Okay. Being in, and this is your truth, I'm not asking for a legal definition, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Being in Rice Street for 7 months prior to your plea, did that put pressure on you to accept this deal?
Yes, a lot.
Okay. Being separated from your sick mother and your children.
Your Honor, I object. This line of questioning is already been, so ask me.
Your Honor, he testified for 3 days already. I've been going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you did already ask him that.
Well, I'm just trying to conclude this line of questioning, then I'll move on.
Okay.
I haven't asked him about pressure yet. He wanted to go home, and now I'm asking about
Okay.
pressure. Being separated from your sick mother and your children, did that create pressure to plead guilty on December 28, 2015?
Yes.
Excuse me, December 28, 2022.
Yes.
And the fact that you did not have a lawyer for trial, did that create pressure on you?
Yes. That,
Asked and answered, relative goes beyond.
how about facts not in evidence too?
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty?
Object, that assumes facts not in evidence. And it also calls for speculation.
Overruled.
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty on December 28, 2022?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk to you about the plea offer. And when you need to, you can refer to it, but I want you to listen to my questions, and if you can answer without, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. At some point in late December 2022, you became aware that the state was making a plea offer in your case.
Yes.
Okay. And the state's plea offer was an offer for probation.
Yes.
Okay. And probation, I know we know what it is, but for the jury, probation is you don't have to be in custody, right? You're released.
Yes.
Okay. And you have to check in with a probation officer.
Yes.
In your mind, that's preferable to prison.
Yes.
That's preferable to sitting in Rice Street jail, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Probation would get you back to your family,
Yes.
get you back to your ill mother,
Yes.
and that would solve your issues as far as hiring an attorney to try the case.
Yes.
You were interested in a plea for probation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as it turned out, there were factual acknowledgments that you would have to initial to receive that offer of probation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, when you first learned about probation, did you realize that there would be factual acknowledgments that you had to initial?
No.
Okay, but at some point your attorney told you to get this probation, you're going to have to agree to factual acknowledgments.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the factual acknowledgments. Do you remember the first time you saw the factual acknowledgments on that plea form? Was it December 28th?
Yes, I want to say yes.
Okay. Could it have been earlier? To the best of your recollection.
Yes, I think if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Okay. Did you ever write a statement with your truth about what happened in 2015 and give it to Miss Love or any other prosecutor in this case?
Objection vague as to your truth and what happened in 2015, vague overall.
Did you say 2015?
I did. About what this case is about. Did you ever write a statement?
Objection
Oh,
vague.
about, not in 2015.
No, about 2015.
Overruled.
No.
Okay. Did you ever sit down with Miss Love before this plea?
No.
Okay. Did you write the factual acknowledgments?
No.
Okay. On that sheet of paper in front of you, I believe it has, do you know what letterhead is?
I think it's the stamp, something like that.
Okay, on the top of the paper.
Yes.
Is there letterhead that indicates whose office that paper is from?
It's a Fannie Wilson. That what you talking about, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who wrote the factual acknowledgments?
No.
Okay. Who presented the factual acknowledgments to you? Was it Miss Love?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Miss Love back in 2015?
No.
Was she hanging out with you in 2015?
No.
Okay. I'm not trying to embarrass you. You're a smart man, okay?
Right.
But you did indicate that you didn't know what the word notoriety means.
Yes.
And you've also just said you didn't know what the word coercion means.
Yes.
Okay. Could you look on that in that document with the factual acknowledgments? Should be page 3. I'm going to ask you to look at factual acknowledgement 1. On the last line, does it have the word notoriety?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to look at factual acknowledgement 5 on the last line. Does it say notoriety?
You sound 5.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at number 16. On the third line down, on 16, does that say notoriety?
Give me 1 second. You sound what line?
The third one down on number 16. That's page 5.
Yeah, I'm on page 5.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Could you go to page 6 and look at the last word on page 6? Does it say coercion?
Yes.
And those are words to this day, I guess before this trial maybe, that you never knew the meaning of.
Still don't know the meaning of them.
Okay. Do you write sentences using words that you don't know the meaning of?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, in preparation of your plea, whether it was on December 28th or before that, you did speak to your attorney, Mr. Wright,
Yes.
about the acknowledgments,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you brought certain acknowledgments that are on that sheet to the attention of Mr. Wright and told him you don't agree with those.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for discussions that Mr. Wright had with Ms. Love or the state?
No.
Okay. But to your understanding, some of the acknowledgments that you did not agree with, the state refused to change, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to go home.
Yes.
Did you let a disagreement with those acknowledgments stop you from getting home to your sick mother?
Objection, speculation, and
I said, did you let?
objection as to the form of the question, whether did you let that? Objection.
Can you rephrase your question?
Those disagreements with the acknowledgments, did you let those disagreements get in the way of you getting home to your sick mother?
No.
I mean, you basically asked the same thing, the same way, you just moved the the phrasing around. I don't really know. Can you rephrase it again?
Okay. Can I break it up?
You
Okay.
can try.
You disagreed with some of the factual acknowledgments that Miss Love presented to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you brought that to your attorney's attention.
Yes.
And you were told that the state was not going to change those factual acknowledgments.
Yes.
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, did you let your disagreement with the factual acknowledgments stop you from entering that plea?
No.
Why not?
Because I wanted to go home to my sick mother.
You have, during direct testimony, when Ms. Love was asking you questions, you've stated that you disagree with several of the factual acknowledgments in this plea agreement that you
Yes.
signed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You watched the video of your plea earlier today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those acknowledgments on that video, who was reading those acknowledgments? Was it you or Miss Love?
Miss Love.
Okay. When you were saying yes, ma'am, do you remember that? To
Yes.
pretty much every question, is that fair?
Yes.
Weren't there times during that plea, during that video, where you were saying yes, ma'am, before Miss Love even asked the question?
Yes.
Why were you saying yes, ma'am, if you disagreed with the factual acknowledgments?
I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Okay. Did your attorney tell you, or you testified that your attorney told you that you could explain those disagreements later, correct?
If I was called into the stand, yes.
Okay. And you were advised not to let those disagreements get in the way of going home, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection as to attorney-client privilege, objection as to hearsay, objection as to an improper line of questioning to an improper topic.
Okay, sustained on facts not in evidence.
Okay. When you came to testify in front of this jury, you were under the impression that you would be able to explain what you disagreed with, correct?
Yes.
Do you know the saying, you're between a rock and a hard place?
Yes, I heard of it.
Okay. Do you consider yourself in between a rock and a hard place right now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. The rock is that you know some of these things in this plea agreement aren't true, correct?
Yes.
The hard place is you don't want to go back to prison, do you?
Yes.
Yes, you do not want to go
I
back.
don't want to go back to prison.
Okay. And the problem is your plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about this plea agreement. In this indictment, you were charged with 2 counts, correct?
Yes.
Count 1, RICO,
Yes.
or conspiracy to commit RICO, I should say.
Yes.
And count 30 was a gun charge, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
For count 1, let's talk about that, what the plea agreement was, okay?
Yes.
The agreement, if you initialed the factual acknowledgments and entered a plea, the agreement was that the state was going to recommend 15 years of probation.
Yes.
And that meant that you would get out of jail immediately.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at Part 5 of the plea agreement, number 2, under defendants' sentencing acknowledgments.
What page is that, Mr. Sharp?
That's
5.
page 5.
Okay. And what number?
It's number 2 under section 5.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Your agreement states that defendant, that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections. And in parentheses, it says prison. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. You're aware that a condition of your plea is to testify consistently with the factual acknowledgments you signed
Yes.
that you say are not true.
Yes.
And according to this agreement, if you fail to testify consistently with those acknowledgments, the state can move to revoke your probation, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what revoking probation is?
Yeah, I think take it back, send you to, however, take the probation back, revoke it and send you to prison.
Okay, so if you have 15 years remaining on probation,
Yes.
the state can bring a motion and ask the judge to send you to prison for those 15 years instead of being on probation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the agreement for count 30, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Okay. Your lawyer told you that count,
Sustained.
you were aware that count carries a mandatory 15 years in prison,
Yes.
and that 15-year sentence needs to be consecutive to any other sentence that you have.
Yes.
So it'd have to be 15 on top of the 15.
Yes.
On page 1, under negotiated sentence, it says, where it says count 30,
You said page 1?
yes, page 1, sir.
Okay. Yes.
It says, for count 30, that was the possession of firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It says, sentencing withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the initial trial of this case, provided defendant, that's you, right,
Yes.
has complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of Section 3, special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to no pros count 30. That's what it says, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about what your understanding of what this means. On December 28, 2022, you pled guilty to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
Okay. And under normal circumstances, that would be 15 years in prison consecutive.
Yes.
Okay. But the state in this agreement allowed sentencing was withheld, correct?
Yes.
So you weren't, even though you pled guilty to count 30, you were not given a sentence.
Yes.
You were not given 15 years to serve in prison.
Yes.
And sentencing was withheld until after this trial.
Yes.
Okay? And your understanding is if you testify in accordance with this plea agreement, the state will dismiss that case.
Yes.
Even though you've already pled guilty to it, the state will go back, let you withdraw your guilty plea, and dismiss the case.
Yes.
You've been in trouble before, right?
Yes.
Okay, you ever have an agreement, a situation like this in any of your other cases?
Sustained.
I'm going to ask you to look at Part 5, Number 4. Okay, and that's under defendants' sentencing acknowledgments. You with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
It's on page 6, right?
Yeah, 6, 7. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Number 4 says, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in his plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies. Do you know what nullifies means?
No.
Okay. It says nullifies though, right?
Yes, it say that, but I don't know what it means.
Nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment. Right?
Yes.
And to your understanding, regardless of whether you know what nullifies means, if you don't testify consistently with the factual acknowledgments that the state wrote,
Yes.
they will take back their promise to dismiss count 30, and you'll be sentenced.
Yes.
And you have to get 15 years in prison,
Yes.
consecutive to the probation that would be revoked.
Yes.
Can you look at number 3 under section 5? So I'm on page 5 now, going into page 6.
I'm with you.
Says, defendant understands fully that any violation or of any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law.
Yes.
Okay. All that on that video talking about he has to testify truthfully. In your mind, who gets to determine whether you testified truthfully or not?
Objection, relevance, and objection improper and vague. Who gets to determine?
He was about to answer. He knows what I'm asking.
It's a binary question whether it's true or not. But determining whether something is true is irrelevant.
It's
Rephrase your question,
who
please.
gets to revoke your who moves to revoke your probation if they're not happy with what you say here today?
Miss-
Objection. Objection, Your Honor.
Unfair characterization. What is your objection?
One, yes, that.
I said who moves.
Relevance, it is not a fair characterization, and the terms of the agreement that Mr. Sledge entered into have already been put before the jury, and the characterization that is being made at this point is improper and not relevant.
Sustained on the improper part. If you wanna try to rephrase it.
In your life, have you ever seen a defense attorney try to revoke someone's probation?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you go to section 5, number 5?
On which,
Okay, and that's on page 7.
yes, 6, 7. Right.
Excuse me, you're right, 6. Thank you. Says, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of the provision of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment and may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections / prison. So it says, right?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about 15 plus 15. That equals 30, right?
Right.
But in number 5, it's saying you're going to serve as much as 35 years.
Yes.
And even though that's an extra 5 years, you initialed it.
Yes.
Why did you initial it?
Because I wanted to get home to my mother.
Okay.
And I ain't understand whatever the word you've been using. I don't understand that word still.
That I'm using or that are in this document?
In the document, right.
I just want some clarity.
Yes.
You testified that you have a 9th grade education. You attended Southside High School, now Maynard Jackson High School, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the video, you said 10th grade. Is it 9th or 10th, or you?
I was
sure?
actually trying to say I completed the 9th, but I was in the 10th grade.
Okay. You ever receive any legal training?
No.
I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm not asking what the acknowledgments say at this point, okay?
Yes.
Well, let me take that back for a second, okay?
Yes.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the acknowledgement. Now, number 3 on the factual acknowledgments, that's on page 3. You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. Now, you testified that this acknowledgement is in fact false, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read the acknowledgement with you, and then we're going to talk about the truth, okay?
Yes.
All right. The acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL, and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, wherein defendant brandished a weapon used to drive in a drive-by shooting, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-paramour, parentheses, girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it says?
Yes.
And so you see where it says, and to support, in the first line, I'm just going to reiterate, and to support and express loyalty to YSL. It says that in there, right?
Yes.
And it says, on behalf of YSL.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Ms. Coco. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, I'm showing you a document marked DS-36.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that there's 3 pictures in that document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify the 3 people in those pictures?
Me, Antonio Sledge, and Trivia Smith, and what his name, Watson or Kevin Watson, whatever.
Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Is that also Shell Kel?
Shell Cal, yes.
You also call him Kel?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to admit DS-36 into evidence.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
May.
Mr. Kokomo, would you please publish DS-36? Okay. Now, Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
we talked about how you're with a lady with the initials DB now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before DB, back in 2015, was there a young lady that you were involved with?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that young lady's name?
And Trivia Smith.
Okay. And what did you call her?
Treva.
Treva?
Yeah, Treva.
Treva. Okay. Do you see Treva in DS-36?
She at the top of the photo.
Okay. And do you see yourself in DS-36?
Right there to the left.
Okay. And who's the other gentleman in the bottom right on DS-36?
That's Kel.
Okay. Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you started, how would you describe, in respectful terms, your relationship with Miss Trevia Smith?
How did I, at the time?
Yes.
It was great.
You cared about her.
Right.
Would you call her your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. When did you start dating, we'll say, Miss Smith?
I've been knowing her since I've been dating her since probably like 2009, but actually relationship probably like 2013.
Okay, so by 2015, you'd been in a relationship with her for at least 2 years, maybe longer.
Yes.
And you've known her for 8 years at that point.
Yes.
9 years. Okay.
Yes.
At some point, did she start dating another man?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, and who is that other man?
Kevin Watt.
Okay. And do you know, was she dating, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, was she dating you first or Kelvin Watts first?
Me.
Okay. Do you know from your vantage point when she started dating Kelvin Watts?
I don't know at the time when she started dating.
Okay. And when you found out that she was dating Kelvin Watts, did you immediately break up with her and say, no, I don't have anything to do with you? Or did you keep having a relationship with her?
We kept conversing.
Okay. Did the fact that you and Mr. Watts were simultaneously dating Miss Smith, did that create problems between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Okay. Did that lead to an internet back and forth between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
At some point in 2015, did you hear that Mr. Watts was looking for you?
Yes.
And was all that revolving around your rivalry over Trevia Smith?
Yes.
You remember when the state played a video of you and Mr. Zachary with guns?
Yes.
Okay. You said it was childish, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask for the state to publish what's 441Y. It's either 441Y or 395Y. 441 Yankee, thank you. Could you publish that?
Little strip this ass nigga. When little strip this ass.
Okay, thank you.
Little strip this ass nigga. We ain't really going back and forth no nigga. We don't go. You little bitch ass nigga. I know who we hit. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. What, nigga? Nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Okay, thank you. All right. Back in 2015, were you a little bit emotional about the situation?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, that was posted on the internet, correct?
Yes.
Did you post it on the internet?
I think me or Zachary posted one of us posted.
Okay. You intended for Mr. Watts to see the video.
Yes.
And in the video, you said you heard that Mr. Watts was looking for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're in that video with guns,
Yes.
and you're in that video with Mr. Zachary,
Yes.
and that's Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Lil D from Cleveland.
Yes.
Okay, and that is someone that you have known since he was little, right?
Yes.
You grew up together in the Capitol Homes neighborhood in Atlanta.
Yes.
Apartments.
Yes.
How far did you grow up from him?
How far did I grow up?
That was a horrible question. You guys were both living in the same apartment complex, right?
Yes.
Now, you're older than him,
Yes.
and he was a little boy at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you see him every day?
No, I wouldn't see him every day.
How often would you see him?
When I used to walk past his door to get to the basketball court, he'll be on the porch.
Okay. Are you particularly close with him? Or
At
were you back in
At
2000?
that time?
Yes.
No.
In 2015, you weren't.
Oh, 2015, we were very close.
Okay. And in that video, did you ever hear anyone say YSL?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone say gang?
No.
Did you hear anyone say on behalf of?
No.
Okay. Did anyone tell you to make that video?
No.
That was your decision.
Yes.
And you made that video because you were mad at Kelvin Watts because he was running his mouth.
Yes.
Because y'all were dating the same woman.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to Factual Acknowledgement 3, which deals with this video. It says, while associated with YSL, and to support and express loyalty to YSL, did anything about making that video and talking junk to Kelvin Watts, did any of that video have to do anything with supporting and expressing loyalty to YSL?
No.
Okay. And then later on in Factual Acknowledgement 3, it says, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, was there anything about that video that was done on behalf of YSL?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about Factual Acknowledgement 5. It says, okay, let me back up. Factual Acknowledgement 4, let's look at that, and that's on page 3. You with me?
Yes.
All right. It says, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant, that's you, right?
Yes.
And fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video, referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Okay?
Yes.
All right. And then on number 5 of the factual acknowledgments, it says, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4, okay? Above, on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. See where it says that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just reading that. I'm not saying it's true.
You okay?
Okay. Okay, let's talk about that case. And that was 15 SC 138994.
Yes.
You were charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Demekion Garlington was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Quindarius Zachary was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
No one else was charged in that case.
No.
And that night, April 28th, 2015, I believe you testified you were at the Club Crucial.
Yes.
And Demekion Garlington was at Club Crucial.
Yes.
And you didn't go together, right?
No.
But you both happened to be there.
Yes.
And you're friends with Demekion Garlington, or you were at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, well, let me ask you one other thing. There were some young ladies at the club that you knew as well, correct?
Yes.
Alexis Bryant was at the club, right?
Yes.
And a young lady named Summer Good was at the club.
Yes.
And Summer Good is the girlfriend of Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary was not at the club.
No.
Okay. But his girlfriend was.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that Demekion Garlington was jumped by certain individuals.
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe the fight?
Not from the beginning, no.
Okay. On that date, did you know, while you were at the club, did you know who was jumping Demekion Garlington?
No.
Okay. Was this a major fight?
It was
Let me ask a better question.
Okay.
That was vague.
Okay.
Was this the type of fight where people were punching and kicking Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
Okay, and there are a lot of people at Club Crucial, right?
Yes.
A lot of other people you knew.
Yes.
Okay. Demekion, you said you left the club without Demekion Garlington.
Yes.
Okay. But then you received a call from Demekion Garlington.
Yes.
And the reality is Demekion didn't have a car.
Yes.
Okay. You had a car.
Yes.
Right. So Demekion asked you to pick him up.
Yeah, he asked me to come back and pick him up, yes.
Okay. Demekion was upset, correct?
Yes.
Was Demekion drinking that night?
I can't tell you if he was drinking that night. He probably wasn't even in the club that long. So I don't know if he was drinking or
You
not.
know if he was using drugs, popping pills, anything like that night?
Probably before he got there, but I didn't see him pop any pills.
Okay, were you drinking that night?
Yeah, I was drunk.
You said you were drunk?
Yeah, I was drunk. Yeah, drunk, yeah.
Okay. So Demekion is upset after getting jumped in the club, and he calls you to come pick him up. And you're drunk, and you think he might have been popping pills and don't know what else, right?
Yes.
Okay. Demekion had been publicly humiliated, right?
Yes.
When you guys were driving from the club, Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were following y'all's car, correct?
Yes.
They were leaving the club at the same time.
Yes.
And again, that Summer Good being Quindarius Zachary's girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay. And to your understanding, Summer Good was scared
Yes.
because people were following her car.
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Well, it was your car and Summer's car. Was there another car following behind y'all?
Yes.
Okay. And Quindarius Zachary, who wasn't in the club, was called about the situation, correct? Well, you went to pick up.
Interesting.
Okay, you went to pick up Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of you picking up Quindarius Zachary was to take him to the house where Summer Good was,
Yes.
to protect her.
Yes.
Your Honor, objection and answer that speculation.
It's going to be, she knows the discovery. It's going to be completely obvious.
It's background hearsay.
Well, I mean, it's happened at this point. Let's kind of get to whatever it is that you're trying to get to here.
Summer Good was at a house, at Alexis Bryant's house on Landrum Drive, correct?
Yes.
And you and Demekion Garlington, this is after the fight, picked up Quindarius Zachary and drove to that house on Landrum Drive,
Yes.
where Summer Good was.
Yes.
Okay. And when you all arrived at that house, you saw someone shooting at that house,
Yes.
shooting at the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in.
Yes.
You were driving the car, right?
Yes.
Not the car that was shooting. You saw a car shooting and you're driving in a car pulling up.
Yes.
You chased those people off that were shooting at the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, and I think your testimony is that you don't know who they were, but one of the other individuals in the car, your car, determined who was shooting at the house that Summer Good was in, correct?
Yes.
And it was determined that you were to drive them to the house where those people stayed at.
Could you repeat that? Because I didn't understand.
I asked in a bad way. You're in the car, and it was determined, someone, not you, but someone felt they knew who was shooting at the house with Summer and Alexis, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ended up driving to a house.
I don't think I went to another house after that, Mr. Shaw. I'm not for sure.
Well, let me back up. In your testimony, you said your testimony was you drove Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington to a house, right?
Yeah,
and they had guns.
Yes.
And they got out and did whatever they did to that house.
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in on Landrum.
No.
Okay, so after you saw that house, the first house where Alexis Bryant and Summer Good were being shot at, you drove to another house where Demekion and Quindarius did whatever they did. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you pled guilty to that?
Yes.
You don't know who jumped Demekion Garlington?
No.
Okay. You drove to the first house on Landrum where Summer Good was because Quindarius Zachary wanted to protect his girlfriend.
Yes.
And once you saw people shooting at the house, Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary wanted revenge, right?
Yes.
Quindarius Zachary wanted to go back at the people that were shooting at his girlfriend.
Yes.
And Demekion Garlington wanted to go back at the people who he felt jumped him in the club.
Yes.
Okay? That was personal revenge, correct?
Yes.
In retrospect, you're 43 years old,
Yes.
okay? You know Quindarius Zachary since he was this big.
Yes.
You know Demekion Garlington, I believe you knew him since he was a baby too, right?
Yes.
Okay, in retrospect, you were the older person in the situation, correct?
Yes.
You should have known better than to drive them anywhere, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you did.
Yes.
Okay, but the bottom line, and you pled guilty,
Yes.
and you served your sentence.
Yes.
The bottom line is Jeffrey Williams didn't instruct you to go drive to any houses at night.
No, Jeffrey wouldn't know nothing about it.
Okay.
Objection as to speculation about what someone else knew.
Sustained.
Ask that portion be stricken from the record.
Okay, you don't know what Jeffrey Williams knew on any given night, but he didn't order you to go to any house.
No. No.
Okay. And no one was out the window shooting guns, yelling, YSL, YSL.
Objection, compound question.
Overruled.
No.
The reality, Mr. Sledge, is what happened on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of Demekion Garlington, who got jumped in the club.
Yes.
Was done on behalf of Quindarius Zachary, whose girlfriend was getting shot at.
Yes.
It was not done on behalf of YSL.
No.
It was not done to increase the notoriety, reputation, or fear of YSL, was it?
No.
Okay. The state asked you about, I'm on page 5, Mr. Sledge, number 14 and 15. Okay. And I'm gonna read those in a second, but I just want to ask you some questions. Okay. We already established it. Did you grow up, Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
I want you to listen to my question. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You grew up. We've established that you lived in Capitol Homes. Did you grow up in Capitol Homes?
Yes.
Okay. And Capitol Homes, does that still exist, or has it been torn down by now?
They tore down, but they call something else now. Capitol Gateway or something like
Little
that.
Gateway.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you help me understand what area of town, what street is Capitol Homes on?
Memorial Drive.
Okay. It's on Memorial Drive, maybe 5 minutes from this courthouse, right?
Yes.
Okay. They made it nicer now,
Yes.
but back then it was rough neighborhood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then how long did you live at Capitol Homes? Till what age?
I don't remember exact how old I was, but whatever year they got tore down.
Were you a teenager or
Yeah, I was a teenager.
like,
I probably was grown.
so if you were a teenager, we're talking about 18, 19, not 13.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then eventually you ended up living off of Boulevard, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you go straight from Capitol Homes
To Boulevard.
to Boulevard? And when we say Boulevard, we're talking like the Bedford Pines.
Yeah, Bedford Pine Apartments.
Okay, those are right by the intersection of Boulevard and like North Avenue, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. East side of Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay, both these places, Capitol Homes and Boulevard, are, well, you tell me, how long do you think it would take to drive to Cleveland Avenue?
I can't give you an exact. how long, but if my mind regular, probably about 15. Probably 15 minutes from Capitol Home, probably about 19 from Boulevard, 20 somewhere in there.
Okay. Bottom line, it's not the same neighborhood,
No,
miles apart.
miles apart.
Okay. Have you ever lived off of Cleveland Avenue?
Stay off of Cleveland Avenue.
Or on Cleveland Avenue, or stayed off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
When was that?
I want to say it was probably like 2008, 2009, somewhere in that era.
Okay. And for how long? I'm not asking for exact address. You live off in the Boulevard area now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how long did you stay on Cleveland Avenue?
Not long. Well, my kids stayed over there, but I actually moved to Boulevard.
Okay.
But my kids and their mother still stayed over there, so I used to go over there.
Okay, so you used to go over there.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, did you ever formally live over there?
No.
Okay. Now, I hate to ask you this, but you've been a drug dealer before in your life, right?
Yes.
Okay, you have a history of, your criminal record reflects that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you've been arrested for selling drugs downtown Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay, you've sold drugs in the past. We're talking about the past. Off of Boulevard.
Yes.
Okay, you've sold drugs around many areas of Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about hanging out in these gas stations. And you said, your testimony, as I recall it, was that sometimes you would hang out in the gas station with your own personal bag.
Yes.
And if people wanted a little bit off of your personal bag, you would sell it to them.
Yes.
Okay. And you would hang out with Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Yes.
Okay. Personal bag, we're talking about bag of marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking about if someone, for me, for instance, asked you, hey, can I buy some of that marijuana off of you? We're talking about $5, $10 type stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Petty.
Petty. Yeah, some petty.
Okay. Do a lot of people sell drugs out of gas stations in your experience? Has foot traffic, right?
Objection, relevance as to whether or not a lot of people.
Sustained.
Have you sold drugs in gas stations before?
Yes.
Okay, you sold drugs in gas stations downtown, right?
Yes.
Objection, relevance as to whether it's sold drugs at other gas stations.
It's relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes.
You sold drugs at gas stations off of Boulevard before, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony is that you would occasionally hang out at some gas stations on Cleveland Avenue with your personal bag of marijuana,
Yes.
with your friends Big and Mac Miller.
Yes.
Okay. Would you be there 24/7?
No.
Okay. How many times would you say total that you hung out at these gas stations? Is it more than a dozen?
Yes.
More than 2 dozen?
Yes, probably more. Yeah. I pull up and just kick it and then leave.
Okay, when you say you would pull up and kick it and then leave, is it fair to say that you were not part of some complex drug distribution network in these gas stations?
No.
Okay, so when you would just kick it and leave, we're talking about you staying around for how many minutes?
Sometime an hour, less.
Okay. All right. And you say you thought, I want to get this right, you thought maybe more than a couple dozen, more than 25
Yeah.
times total
Yeah.
Sometimes stay for like an hour.
Yes.
Okay. You'd also hang out at the park,
Yes.
hang out at other stores.
Yes.
That's where the mother of at least one of your children lived.
Yes.
Okay. That area, not the gas station.
Yes, that area.
All right. And from your observation, and I know you don't want to speak on the dead, so I'm going to keep it brief. Your two friends would sell drugs at those gas stations.
Yes.
They'd sell drugs other places too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the time that you and Christian McMiller and Darius Ford pulled out AK-47s and chased everyone out of the parking lot to protect drug turf.
Never.
Okay. You just observed two people selling weed at a gas station before.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to your factual acknowledgments that you signed on December 28, 2022. The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. Okay? Now, it is true that in your mind, Darius Ford and Christian McMiller were YSL associates in your mind.
Yes.
And they would sell drugs at these two gas stations, 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue, and a bunch of other places, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you haven't seen anyone do anything that would lead you to believe that they did not allow other gangs to operate in those gas stations, did you?
No.
No violence,
No.
no attacks.
No.
The factual acknowledgement that the video about Shell Kell had
Yes.
something to do with YSL, that was incorrect.
Yes.
The factual acknowledgement that the shootings on April 28th, 2015 were done on behalf of YSL, that was incorrect.
Yes.
The factual acknowledgements that YSL or YSL associates do not allow other gangs to operate at these two gas stations, those were incorrect.
Yes.
These money that you would make selling little $5, $10 bags, whatever, of marijuana, would you run to Jeffrey Williams and give him those $5 bills, $10 bills?
Never.
Okay, would you run to Shannon Stillwell and give him the $5 and $10 bills?
Never.
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to ask you to go to page 6 or 7 again. Okay, let me ask you, before you sign these documents on December 28th, you moved for bond on this case, correct?
Yes.
You moved for bond on October 13th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And the state opposed your bond, right?
Yes.
They said that you were a danger to the community.
Yes.
They said you were a threat,
Yes.
and you were denied bond.
Yes.
That kept you away from your family.
Yes.
On the bottom of page 6, it says, the last sentence, I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entered into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. And we already said you didn't know what coercion meant.
Yes.
Let's just say pressure.
Yes.
That's not true, is it? You were pressured.
Yes, I was pressured.
In fact, you were pressured into signing a document that claims that you're entering the agreement without pressure.
Yes.
We talked about that bond hearing before December 28th, where the state called you dangerous, too dangerous to release.
Objection, Your Honor. One, fact's not in evidence. Two, improper.
He was
and
there.
Three, irrelevant.
He was there.
Or
Did they
hearsay.
call you?
Your
It's not for the
Honor,
truth of the matter
objection.
asserted, it's for the state's stance.
Objection, relevance. The state
It's
stands
very
regarding a bond matter for this witness has no relevance or bearing on the guilt or innocence of either of the defendants here.
No, it doesn't, but I don't think that's what he's offering it for.
I'm not.
I'll permit it.
They told you, they said to the judge that you were too dangerous to let go, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you initialed these acknowledgments that they wrote, they gave you probation, right?
Yes.
And then something came up.
And Your
Because-
Honor, I'm sorry. I know that the objection needs to be at the same time, but as I thought about it, that was hearsay as well. What the state told him about his dangerousness or whatever being too dangerous.
I'm not
to
saying
let
it's
go.
dangerous.
Literally, the question was, did the state say that you were too dangerous to let go? That's hearsay. There is no, that's hearsay.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled.
Again, they said, not saying you're dangerous. They said you were too dangerous to
Objection,
let go.
already asked and answered.
Well, I'm trying to recap because I keep getting interrupted.
Well, she's entitled to interrupt you if she thinks she's got a legitimate evidentiary objection.
Okay. After you initialed these documents next to the statements that they wrote, they gave you probation on count 1, right?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered.
Okay, sustained.
And something came up in court because you pled guilty to count 30 but weren't being sentenced. You had to be given a bond on that in order to be released.
Yes.
And all of a sudden on December 28th, after you initialed these statements, the state recommended a signature bond. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
A signature bond means you get released and you don't even have to pay any bond at all, right?
Yes.
Have you ever been able to figure out what made you so dangerous before December 28th?
Sustained.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind, to lock in on June 9th, Sunday, 2024, if you can. Do you remember being located at a Starbucks in Fayetteville, Georgia?
Yes.
And the gentleman who is seated in the first row here, the nice-looking young man in the who's now smiling, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, who that person is to you?
My attorney.
Okay, and he has a great reputation.
Yes.
And he's been with you, you said, approximately 15 years. And when I say with you, representing you, and he knows you and your family personally.
Yes.
He has become a lawyer for you, but also a friend to you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And his name is the Honorable Derek Wright. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And he was kind enough to put us on a Zoom call at my request. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was shortly after In fact, it was later on Sunday, June 9th, 2024. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And during that call, I identified myself as Mr. Jeffrey Williams' lawyer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And you told me, as well as your lawyer, that you met earlier that day with Prosecutor Love,
Yes.
an investigator who's a female with dark hair. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember her name as you sit here today?
I don't know her name, but I see her in the courtroom.
And is she the very, very kind young lady, third row back, smiling as well?
Yes.
Okay. And she identified herself as a coworker to District Attorney Love. Is that right?
Yes.
And you freely went there to meet on your own time in Fayette County, right?
Yes.
And you did that to be courteous. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
And you did that because it's also, you knew you were going to testify and you wanted to tell the district attorney's office any information that they wanted to hear, right?
Yes.
And you also want to learn from them what it's like to testify. Is that all fair to say?
Yes.
And you said earlier on your, it's called a direct examination. It doesn't matter what it's called. When you were being questioned by Ms. Love, you said that she had a cell phone with her. You remember that?
Yes.
Either a laptop, an iPad, or some sort of device.
Yes.
And was she taking notes? Do you remember?
I think she wrote something on her notepad. I don't know what she wrote, but I know she wrote something on her notepad.
And I want to go over with you a couple things that you tell the jurors, whether it's true. And then my second question is going to be whether you told District Attorney Love that, okay?
Yes.
And when I say that, I'm talking about Wednesday, June 9th, Sunday, June 9th, 2024 at Starbucks, okay?
Yes.
Do you remember telling, with your lawyer there and the investigator at District Attorney's Office and District Attorney Love, that shortly before, days before, the God forbid death of Donovan Thomas,
Yes.
you and a gentleman named Brian Williams, known as Birdman, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And others, including Jeffrey,
Yes.
were all together,
Yes.
and you were outside in the parking lot of TIG Studios.
If I'm mistaken, I want to say it was TI Studio, not TIG.
That's fine.
Yes.
And you were having a good time.
Yes.
When you told District Attorney Love that you were with Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey, did you make it known that there was no animosity? That's a bad word. Let me change it. Let me ask a different question, okay? Did you make it known that everyone was having a good time?
Yes.
Did you see any type of argument or spat or anger from Jeffrey towards Mr. Thomas?
No.
Did you see any anger or spat or argument from Mr. Thomas towards Jeffrey?
No.
In fact, you observed they were friendly, right?
Yes.
You knew they were good friends, right?
Yes.
You knew that Jeffrey really cared for Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to this witness's ability to know. That would be speculation.
You can ask something foundational.
Okay. Did you observe, from your observations, did you observe that Jeffrey liked Donovan Thomas?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, that's still possible.
It's sustained.
Did you observe, from your observations, the demeanor is a bad word too. Did you observe that there was friendship between the two of them?
Objection, Your Honor, that's still speculation.
Rephrase, please, sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you told that to District Attorney Love, was your lawyer right there at the same Starbucks?
Yes.
Was he there at the same table?
Yes.
Do you remember sitting outside the Starbucks?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see District Attorney Love make any notes when you told her that?
No.
I noticed she didn't ask you about that. Do you remember her asking? Maybe I missed it. Did she ask you about that when her 3 days of questioning you?
No.
Let me ask you this. When you were at that Starbucks on that Sunday, June 9, 2024, in the afternoon hours, Do you remember telling District Attorney Love that on the evening after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, shot, so it's January 10th, 2015. That's the date I'm locking on, okay?
Yes.
You remember telling her that you were at Jeffrey's home
Yes.
and Kenneth Copeland was there,
Yes.
among other people,
Yes.
and Jeffrey was there.
Yes.
And at some time, Kenneth Copeland was receiving calls, or received a call from the police saying that he was the suspect in this murder or the shooting of Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that Jeffrey, or Mr. Copeland, was asking, what do I do? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Jeffrey said to Mr. Copeland, if you had nothing to do with the killing, you should go and talk to the police.
Yes.
And you told District Attorney Love that, right?
Yes.
In front of the Honorable Derek Wright, your lawyer.
Yes.
In front of, or I don't know if she's paying attention, I'm not saying she was, but the investigator was around.
She was there.
And do you remember District Attorney Love telling you that she would prefer if you don't state to the jury that Jeffrey told you to take Mr. Copeland to the police department if he was not involved in the murder?
Yes.
Did you ask why?
No, I never asked why.
Now, you also said, and it's the truth, and if
Yes.
it's not, you correct it, that you were very close with Donovan Thomas.
Yes.
In fact, your relative, I think cousin, but tell the jurors if I'm wrong, dated Donovan Thomas's relative.
Yes.
And Donovan Thomas is close with your mother.
Yes.
And you told District Attorney Love that.
Yes.
Now, you were asked by District Attorney Love whether you remember anything else anyone said regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas on the night of January 10th, 2015, going into January 11th, 2015. Do you remember that question by any chance?
No, not actually. I don't remember that question.
Okay. Do you remember Jeffrey being distraught? That's a bad word. Being upset or sad at the shooting of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Your Honor, I object. That calls for speculation about
Rephrase.
Mr. Williams.
Do you remember ever seeing Jeffrey put out a post, rest in
Objection,
peace,
Your Honor.
about Mr.
Objection,
Donovan
Your
Thomas's
Honor.
death?
If I ask for an objection, I'm saying it to stop an improper question about putting facts not in evidence. Mr. Steele knew that as putting facts not in evidence. And I would ask not only that the court strike the question, but admonish Mr. Steele to not put facts improperly not in evidence before this jury.
Okay. Can you ask some foundational questions, please?
Sure.
And Your Honor, any post made by defendant Williams.
So you're not talking about that evening, are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm talking about the morning hours of January 11th, 2015.
All
The
right.
gentleman.
We might need to take this up outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'll come back to it then.
All right.
Let me ask you some questions. In front of you, is State's Exhibit number 444Y there by any chance? It is it's entitled, it's on the letterhead of the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney. It's dated December 27, 2022. Do you see that document?
Yes.
And it should be 7 pages long?
Yes.
Okay. If you can turn to page 3 of 7, I want to ask you some questions about this document. And this is the same document that you've been asked about by Ms. Love, by the Honorable Attorney Sharp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time of entering this guilty plea, December 28th, right before New Year's of 2022, right after Christmas, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to go through the factual acknowledgments, and I'm specifically focusing on Jeffrey, okay?
Yes.
Number 1, it's on page 3 of 7. Do you remember acknowledging and signing, and the jurors heard and watched your guilty plea before Judge Glanville?
Yes.
You saw that too, okay. Number 1, Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include, but are not limited to, colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. You see that?
Yes.
And that's, of course, your initial,
Yes.
the A and the S. Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury about Jeffrey. I'm focused on Jeffrey. What did Jeffrey benefit
Objection.
from
Cross-respect.
any type?
Objection.
Let me hear the question. All right, don't answer the question yet, okay?
I got you.
What's the question?
From your personal knowledge, when you sign this, tell the jury what Jeffrey benefited
That's outside
From-
the witness's knowledge.
from his personal observation. It's his acknowledgement that the state introduced.
That actually did not introduce these parts.
They read this.
They did. Rephrase your question.
Okay. When you sign that, do you have any evidence to share with this jury
No.
that Jeffrey,
No. Rephrase your question.
did Jeffrey, when you signed that, were you talking about Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay. Number 1. I'm still on number 1. I just read, okay? When you were sworn before Judge Glanville, sworn means you take an oath to tell the truth, okay? Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes.
You were asked questions, right?
Yes.
Did Prosecutor Love ever ask you, tell us what Jeffrey Williams did?
No.
At that point in time, you wanted to go home, right?
Yes.
You would have answered all questions.
Objection.
Right.
1 calls for speculation. 2.
Number 2, on page 3 of 7,
Yes.
states 444Y. It reads that you have been a member or, it says, and/or associate of YSL since 2012, right?
Yes.
Now, you told the jury that anyone can join YSL. Is that true?
Yes.
I mean, if I just today said, I want to get a tattoo of YSL on my face, is that a problem?
No.
Objection made, whether or not it's a problem.
Is there any type that you know about, like beat-in or initiation to say I'm with YSL?
No.
Do you know personally from your travels, from going to shows and concerts and tours, are people from all over America and throughout the world having tattoos of YSL,
I seen a couple of fans. Yes.
wearing shirts of YSL,
Yes.
hats,
Yes.
tattoos of Jeffrey on their person?
Yes.
On issue 3 of that same document, it should read, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, you, co-defendant Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary, appeared in a video, and then there's a parenthesis that says the video, with another person, AS, wherein you brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and wherein on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with your ex-paramour or girlfriend. You see that?
Yes.
Were you asked any questions about what Jeffrey knew about that?
No.
He knew nothing to your knowledge, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
On your personal knowledge,
Objection. It was still called for speculation.
on your personal knowledge, did you ever speak with the prosecution? Did they ever want to know, what did Jeffrey Williams know about that?
Objection 1, that calls for speculation. 2, I can approach, Your Honor, because that.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't, that one does not call for speculation, but if you have some other issue, then
I don't
y'all
need to
go
approach,
ahead.
Your Honor. I'm going to continue.
Approach, Your Honor, because I have an objection that I need to put on the record.
Okay.
I would rather not stop, because that's all Ms. Love does. I'd rather continue. I'll waive that.
Well, we're gonna approach. All right, go ahead, Mr. Oh, wait, sorry, we need to get Mr. Sledge back in. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I ask that the comment, "That's what Ms. Love does," be stricken from the record.
We can strike that. All right, go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Sledge, on number 3 that we were just talking about,
Yes.
on the same document,
Yes.
during your time before Judge Glanville entering the plea and Ms. Love was asking you questions, you
Yes.
saw the video, audio of that as well.
Yes.
Did Ms. Love ever ask you anything about Jeffrey at that point?
No.
And you were under oath at that point?
Yes.
And you were going to answer questions if asked, right?
Yes.
I'd like to go to number 4, same page.
Yes.
On or about April 28th, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County indictment number, and I'm not going to read it, but it ends in 8994. You see what I did?
Yes.
I just skipped the first bunch of numbers and letters. You and fellow YSL associates, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary, committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm that you wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section targeting family members of a rival gang. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you initialed that, obviously.
Yes.
And again, did Miss Love ask you any questions on December 28, 2022, under oath in front of a court reporter on video, audio about Jeffrey?
No.
Number 5, same page, same document. You and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, okay?
Yes.
Were you asked anything on December 28, 2022 about Jeffrey?
No.
You would have answered questions asked, right?
Yes.
By this time, April 28, 2015, if you personally know, did Jeffrey launch a tour across the United States of America with Travis Scott?
I think it was around that time. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not for sure.
You went on part of that tour?
Did I go on board? Yes.
On part of the tour?
Yes.
And you told the jurors what it's called. Do you remember what you called it?
The rodeo tour.
With the court's permission and your permission, I'd like to approach you with a document, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Winfrey, may I approach and get that document?
Are we allowed to know what document it is?
I'm sure he'll show you.
Your Honor, this has already been shown to the state. It's been previously marked, partially admitted as on 1/8/24, so it'll be January 8th, 2024. It's Mr. Williams, exhibit number 19.
All right, I'm not sure what you mean by partially admitted.
Parts of it were admitted.
Okay, are you
Nine.
going to admit
Yes.
for the admission of the rest of it?
Yes, I'm going to see if Mr. Sledge can identify it.
All right.
Thank you.
You may.
Approach you.
Yes.
I'm going to show you an item, and I added that earlier, so that's just called an exhibit sticker.
Yeah.
But if you can look at that, you can open it up. Just tell me if you recognize it, and if it is accurate. If you don't recognize it, that's fine, and we will. We're going to put it aside, okay?
Yeah, I remember this.
And what is that document, which I believe is number 19 of Jeffrey Williams?
This is the
Put
booklet.
it down until it's admitted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
this,
okay.
This the booklet of the tour on what days and what areas that we was in.
Okay. And is it look to your memory to be accurate? Meaning, has it been changed in any way? Has it been altered? Or does it look similar to the way that you saw it when you went on that tour?
It looked the same.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams. It's number 19.
Your Honor, pursuant to 21-801, I object on the grounds of hearsay.
For what purpose is this being offered?
The purpose of showing the cities and the states for the certain tour.
And the dates?
That's what it is.
And
That's all it is.
that part, Your Honor, that
Uh-huh.
he's describing is already in. Just that portion.
It's there. That's the official tour guide to that tour.
Your Honor, and I object to the testifying there is a portion we can show the court.
Okay, well, I may need to see it myself then, because I don't know what
Okay,
might
approach.
be problematic, yes.
You mind if I approach?
Yes.
Can I take that back?
Can you hand it to me?
Do I need to?
I think Mr. Steele should probably come up also.
Do I need to step out?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. So the portion for the ruling is that it was already in, is in.
Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes.
I'm turning to the third page, full page of turning to the sixth page, if you were counting both sides, of Mr. Williams' number 19. Do you see any dates of that rodeo tour?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, just read it to them, if you don't mind, the date and the city of the tour?
I'll wait from the top to the bottom.
Entirety of the tour dates?
Sure.
Do you want to just post that page?
I don't have it on,
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
also, this witnesses basis for knowledge of the specific dates, we would object unless there is a foundation laid for that.
Okay, well, he said he went on parts of this tour and was familiar with the tour,
Mr.
so
Sledge,
overruled.
do you feel comfortable doing that? And if not, just,
Yes, I can read you the dates and
actually, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you, sir?
yes,
Would you mind if I read along with you?
yes.
Okay. You just tell me if you can put it down. I don't have very good eyes.
Me neither.
All right. I'm going to start here, okay?
Yes,
Saturday, February 28, 2015.
yes,
Santa Ana, California.
yes.
March,
15.
Sunday, March 1, 2015. You see that?
Yes,
Santa Ana, California show day.
yes,
Monday, March 2nd, Tucson, Arizona, show day.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if there's a question, and I would object to Mr. Steele's testimony.
Could we maybe give a summary of it?
Okay. Then the next one is the next day. It's a travel day, right?
Yes.
And then it's March 4th, 2015, Denver, Colorado show.
Yes.
And then I'm skipping. March 6th, 2015, Milwaukee, Wisconsin show.
Yes.
Your Honor, it's the same thing and it's the same objection. Testifying, there's not a question, he's just stating.
So
This is
he's,
in evidence.
he's confirming the dates. I mean, Mr. Steele is not testifying, so that's overruled.
Saturday, March 7th, 2015, Chicago, Illinois
Yes.
show day, and Rochester, New York as well.
Yes.
Sunday, March 8th, 2015, Chicago, Illinois, a show day.
Yes.
Monday, March 9th, 2015, Detroit, Michigan, a show day.
Yes.
Tuesday, March 10th, 2015, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, a show day.
Yes.
Wednesday, March 11th, 2015, Buffalo, New York, a show.
Yes.
Thursday, March 12th, 2015, New York, a show
Yes.
or a concert.
What month are you going to get to before the list is over with? I mean, can we just say there were show dates pretty much constantly between X date and Y date?
Sure. It goes up to, is it fair to say, consistently through April 3, 2015. Is that true?
Yes.
And the cities that we left off at include Philadelphia, Pennsylvania,
Yes.
Washington, D.C.,
Yes.
Norfolk, Virginia,
Yes.
Charlotte, North Carolina,
Yes.
the great city of Atlanta, great state of Georgia,
Yes.
New Orleans, Louisiana,
Yes.
Austin, Texas,
Yes.
San Marcos, Texas,
Yes.
Houston, Texas,
Yes.
Dallas, Texas,
Yes.
Phoenix, Arizona,
Yes.
San Diego, California,
Yes.
Los Angeles, California,
Yes.
San Francisco, California,
Yes.
Seattle, Washington,
Yes.
Portland, Oregon,
Yes.
Boise, Idaho,
Yes.
travel home.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and if you need to see it, just let us know. Madam Court Reporter. Knowing Jeffrey Williams since about 2009 when you were released from prison,
Yes.
and seeing him on tour throughout our country, how much time did he spend committing crimes
Objection.
on Cleveland Avenue?
Objection. Wholly improper and speculation and speaking as to a legal conclusion committing crimes that this witness should not.
Sustained.
Did District Attorney Love, he was having you, or you agreed, sign that on April 28, 2015, it's number 5, that this drive-by shooting on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of YSL to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. How many questions did she ever ask you at that time you were entering the plea, sworn under oath, about Jeffrey Williams?
The number of questions that were not asked about a specific defendant. It's irrelevant how many times he's asked. The jury has seen what happened and what he was asked.
Sustained.
By April of 2015, how wildly popular from your personal observation was Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, relevance,
Overruled.
Very popular.
and
When you went to all of these cities throughout America with Jeffrey, how many fans would come?
objection, speculation, and relevance.
I mean, if he can estimate it, overruled on relevance.
20 to 30 to 1,000, a lot of people. Okay.
Were these concerts held in arenas?
Yes.
Number 6, it's on page 3, it goes into page 4, okay? Same document.
Page 6.
Going into, it's number 6. It's on the bottom of page 3,
Okay, yeah.
same document. It's
Yes.
going to go into the next page, okay?
Yes.
You admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, and it goes on to the next page, for your participation in the drive-by shooting, and it says reference in 3, 4, and 5 above, meaning the April 28, 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay. Number 7, it says that you were told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia to discuss the murder, right?
Yes.
Did anyone ever ask you any evidence that Jeffrey was at the McDonald's?
Objection, improper question as to evidence. Did anyone ever ask?
Sustained.
Did Miss Love on December 28th of 2022 ask you, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
Objection, again, one relevance. The jury has heard and seen what was asked, and it's not relevant, and an improper question.
Oh, that's overruled.
So
Okay, so the entirety of the plea transcript is not actually in there. I don't know, what number are we on right now? 6? 7?
Yes.
So,
7 is in there.
okay, but we don't have the entirety of it. Overruled.
Did District Attorney Love ask you on December 28th of 2002, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
No.
You have any evidence that Jeffrey was at this McDonald's?
Objection as to that question.
Sustained.
Do you know personally, or what you were told is reference in number 7, was Jeffrey at this McDonald's?
No.
Number 8, you personally know that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas on behalf of Jeffrey. That's what you signed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge that Jeffrey Williams committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.
No.
in any fashion?
No.
You know what a party to a crime is? You know what that means?
Overruled.
Yes.
Was Jeffrey,
Overruled.
do you have any information?
I mean, I'm sorry, sustained, sorry. You may not ask that question. It just feels like yes. Sorry, my bad.
he said overruled.
Sorry.
All right, number 9. You see where I am, number 9?
Yes.
January 10th, 2015. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., you and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug, who gave you and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. You see that?
Yes.
You already told the jury, you made it clear that Jeffrey did give you $300. True?
Yes.
Because you feared for the safety of yourself and your family, right?
Yes.
Did anybody fire weapons, bullets into your home where you were living on June 10th, 2015, or the 11th, or the 12th, or the 13th?
No.
And then even after you received these, I think you called it anonymous statements that you and Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas, you used some word. It was from an account on social media.
Yes.
What was your word?
The DM.
Yeah. Was it from what'd you say?
A fake page.
Fake page. Okay. When you got that though, you made it clear that that bothered you because you didn't want anything to happen to your significant other or your child or anybody, right?
Yes.
Including yourself.
Yes.
And you didn't have money at that time because you lost money gambling. Is that true?
Yes.
And you asked Jeffrey, and he gave you money for a hotel, right?
Yes.
And the expression lay low, I know you said it was to get your family members out of harm's way. I think that's what you said.
Yes.
But lay low could mean the same, doesn't it?
Yes.
It wasn't any type of lay low from the police or anything, right?
No.
It was be safe.
Yes.
Do you have any information, personal knowledge to share with the jury that Jeffrey gave any money to anyone as a reward for killing Donovan Thomas?
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation and hearsay as to the reward part.
Overruled. And I actually mean overruled.
No.
I'm going to go to number 10, if you don't mind. Same document, page 4. That you have personal knowledge that on January 10, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas, YSL associates traveled to Miami, Florida, with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. I want to talk to you about that, okay?
Yes.
Now, you made it clear that you knew that Jeffrey Williams was already going to Miami, Florida for a video music shoot. Is that, when I say shoot, filming it, is that true?
Yes.
And you knew that this was already set up before January 10, 2015, right?
Yes.
And you knew other people were allowed to go if they wanted to.
Yes.
That Jeffrey was generous. He would take people outside of that.
Objection, Your Honor, as to character evidence that is going to.
Sustained, rephrase.
Jeffrey Williams gave people the opportunity to leave Cleveland Avenue area and see other parts of America. Is that true?
As to relevance of whether or not Mr. Williams gave anybody else an opportunity to do something. That's
Sustained.
another character.
Mr. Williams gave you opportunity to go, right?
Yes.
And others.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Was there anything that on the 28th day of December 2022 that you were asked as to why this was somehow criminal, that Jeffrey had this meeting, this work in Miami, Florida?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you asked? Were you asked any questions by District Attorney Love, Judge Glanville, or anyone, whether that going down to Miami, Florida, was not pre-planned?
No.
Okay. Number 11 says that you did not murder Donovan Thomas Jr. and you're not a party to that crime. That's true, right?
Yes.
Number 12, that you did not murder Mr. Drinks and not party to a crime. True?
Yes.
Okay. Number 13, on the bottom of that page, it says, you cannot truthfully assert that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. are not guilty of murder, and you will make no attempt at trial, prior to trial or after trial, to exonerate the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you've read this indictment. You've had it because you were charged in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
Are you familiar still with this indictment?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you need it, with the court's permission, I have a copy if you need to see it. But you're not charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas in this indictment, are you?
No, not in this indictment.
Okay. And you're not, and Jeffrey's not charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas in this indictment, right?
No.
You're not charged with the murder of Mr. Drinks in this indictment, are you?
No.
And Jeffrey's not charged with the murder of Mr. Drinks.
No.
If you go to page 5, it's the top of page number 14. The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. You see that?
Yes.
And then I'm just grouping it together because they look similar to me. So if they're not, you just correct me. Number 15, the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is another location where YSL associates sell drugs and do not permit other gangs to operate, right?
Yes.
Were you ever asked any questions about Jeffrey selling drugs at either of these items?
I object on the grounds that Mr. Steele has no good faith basis for asking that question, given the fact that he does have the entirety of what was asked, and he does know the entirety of what was asked. And so therefore, one, it's not relevant, but two, he doesn't even have a good faith basis for asking it. So if we want to get in the entirety of what was asked, I would ask that the court just simply, if he wants that in, to have him tender it, but not to ask questions that he knows he doesn't have a good faith basis to ask.
I don't know what that means. It was not asked, and I'm asking the gentleman whether he was ever asked that. On the record, off the record, it's not there.
Okay. I don't know if you meant on the record or off the record, but I'm going to permit it. Go ahead.
That have anything to do with Jeffrey?
No.
Were you asked anything from
No.
District Attorney Love when she had you under oath in a courtroom with your lawyer before Judge Glanville?
No.
Number 15. You have personal knowledge that you and other members of YSL have either participated in, directly committed, or at least one of the following crimes in order to increase notoriety and reputation of YSL: murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, theft, illegal gun possession, and illegal drug and sales. Were you ever asked anything about Jeffrey on December 28th, 2022 when you entered this plea?
No.
Now, you have been prosecuted before this case. By prosecuted, I mean you've been arrested, charged, and brought before a judge, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever, in your experience, have you ever been told that your plea agreement is conditioned on what you say at a trial?
No.
Have you ever been told by a prosecutor that she'd prefer you not say things in front of a jury?
Your Honor, I object on the basis of relevance and relevance.
Relevance in what? I'm sorry, did you say something else?
Yes, the question was, have you ever been told by a prosecutor something? So I object on the basis of relevance. I'll stop there.
Mr. Steele, would you like to address that?
Sure. Goes to the motivation, interest, and bias of the district attorney in this case.
Well, that's not at issue.
It always is an issue. Telling a witness
The
not
bias
to
of
do
this
something.
witness, maybe. Is that what you mean to say?
It's a party opponent.
No, sir, that's not how that works.
Okay.
So if that's your only justification for it, then granted. I mean, sustained.
Okay. I want to talk with you about some items. When you met Jeffrey, he was approximately 17 years of age. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's about 2009.
Yes.
And the way you remember 2009 is because you were in prison and then was released in about 2009. Is that true?
Yes.
And then you went over and found a place to live on Cleveland Avenue.
Yes.
So you met people who were in that area. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And Jeffrey was at times in that area, right?
Yes.
Did you observe Jeffrey working hard?
Objection vague.
Okay.
Sustained.
Did you observe Jeffrey practicing his craft, art, music?
Yes.
Did you see him in the studio? You ever see him in the studio?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that when you first saw him, to however long you've known him, he is a workaholic, meaning he works all the time?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague, speculation, workaholic, whole characterization. So objection on the basis of relevance, vague, speculation.
I think on relevance, sustained.
You've seen him in studios in the morning time,
Yes.
afternoons,
Yes.
nights,
Yes.
evenings.
Yes.
You mentioned on direct examination that Jeffrey idolized Lil Wayne. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And that there was this, these are my words, so you correct me, there's almost this belief, this feeling that Jeffrey had that he had to make it out.
As to defendant Williams' feelings.
Sustained.
You said on direct examination, meaning when you were questioned by Miss Love, that you believed that Jeffrey was going to be
Objection, Your Honor.
popular.
Objection as to one, relevance of the witness's belief about something he may have speculated about regarding defendant Williams.
All right, I don't know because I haven't heard the question. Could you tell me what the question is?
Sure. And it came out on direct that there was a belief by Mr. Sledge that Jeffrey was going to be a successful musical artist.
Okay, and
Way back when.
What's your question going to be?
That I'm going to follow that up. That was his drive. That was Jeffrey's mission, his drive.
Objection, that would be speculation as to defendant Williams' intent and
No,
mindset.
he's asking about this witness's belief about that, but that's irrelevant.
Okay. All right. Now, have you ever observed anyone or have you observed Jeffrey when you first met him? When you got out of prison, I think May 2009, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
He played in a lot of first local clubs, is that right?
Yes.
And when I say local clubs, in the area of Atlanta.
Yes.
And then you saw it go a bigger location, is that true?
Yes.
And then multiple states?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
This is his
Oh.
career.
Go ahead.
Yes.
And people, including you supported Jeffrey's musical career, didn't you?
Objection as to that compound question because it calls for speculation as to people supporting defendant Williams, and it's not
It's his
relevant.
personal observation.
Okay, sustained on other people and sustained on relevance.
Would you observe, meaning did you personally observe the local community in Cleveland Avenue come out to Jeffrey's shows?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Would you see people, including yourself, put up signs that Jeffrey's performing?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained. Move on to another topic.
All the people that you were asked about, remember being asked about Trontavious Stevens
Yes.
and Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy, and Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
and whoever you were asked about, okay?
Yes.
All those people were in poverty at the same time you and Jeffrey were, right?
Objection calls for speculation, and it is irrelevant, and it is compound as
Sustained.
Were you in poverty in 2009 when you met Jeffrey?
Overruled.
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. Were you poor? Were you struggling financially in 2009 when you got out of prison?
Yes.
All those other people that you asked about on direct, were they struggling to your observation
Yes.
financially? Jeffrey gave you a job, right?
Yes.
And by that job, you called yourself, and I'm not saying that was not your title,
I object as to
but
the vagueness of the line of questioning regarding he gave him a job. But when, what?
Overruled.
you were called head of security, right?
Yes.
And by that, what that meant was that you would assist others in
We've
locating.
established what it meant.
I'm sorry?
We've established on direct what it meant, what his duties were.
You would assist in any capacity needed to put on these shows.
Yes.
And you got paid by direct deposit, it's called. Is that what you, and if you don't know that term,
Yes.
you got a bank
Yeah.
deposit.
Transfer. Yeah.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Jeffrey offered other people jobs too from your area. To
Not
his
if
knowledge.
he says to your knowledge. That makes it not speculation. Overruled. Overruled.
Could you repeat it, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. To your knowledge, Jeffrey would give other job opportunities to other people too, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So instead of giving money, you knew Jeffrey had money by 2014, right?
Yes.
He was flying on planes, right?
Yes.
He had cars, right?
Yes.
He had places to live.
Yes.
He had multiple places to live.
Yes.
He had jewelry.
I mean, I think you've made your point, so just move on to the next question.
But instead of giving just cash to people, he gave people opportunity to earn that money, right?
Yes. Oh.
Okay. Now, do you have any evidence to tell this jury that Jeffrey ever told you or anyone else to harm another person?
No.
To your knowledge, and I am not including drug use, and I am not including gambling, but to your knowledge, did Jeffrey ever encourage, Mr. Sledge, when you were permitted to go on the Travis Scott rodeo tour
Yes.
for the dates that the jurors heard?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes facts that are not in evidence. There was not testimony from the witness that he went on that tour on those dates that he heard, that he talked about. Matter of fact, he specifically said he didn't go on all of them.
Okay, on generally some of the dates, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Do you remember on direct examination when questioned by Prosecutor Love, you explained that you went on the rodeo tour with Jeffrey Williams and others?
Yes.
And do you remember telling the jury that you actually were sent home before the tour ended? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said for doing stupid stuff. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that stupid stuff was committed a crime, right?
Well, I didn't commit a crime, but
Okay.
it was to that occasion.
And Jeffrey said you and others are going home. True?
Speaking of words, it would be hearsay from the defendant that the witness is not, there's no rule that, there's no exception that would allow that hearsay.
Oh my God.
Sustained.
Why were you sent home?
Objection, asked and answered.
Who sent you home?
Jeffrey.
I'd like to show you, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show you what I've marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220A. And it's consecutive, meaning it goes in 220B,
Yes.
but it goes up to JW exhibit 220XX.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Yeah, these are the ones that the court, I think, had
No, he's gonna, no, that's, yeah,
May I approach?
you may.
May I approach?
Yes.
sir? Do you mind if I just move this? I'm going to give this to the court reporter, okay?
Yes.
So it says JW, Jeffrey Williams, EXH is exhibit, and then you'll see the numbers followed by a letter. Do me a favor, flip through these. If you've seen these before with your lawyer, and you recognize them, just tell us that as well. If you don't recognize some, put it to one side. If you recognize others, put it to a separate pile, okay?
Your Honor, and the question was if you've seen them before with your lawyer. That wasn't, I thought, the question that the court required.
If you've seen him before today,
If I seen them before today,
yeah, you may have seen them today. So if the only time you ever saw them was today, then put it aside as something you've never seen. What he means is if you saw it before today. Is that right, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, yesterday, Your Honor.
If you said before yesterday, that's when he gave it to him. He
Okay,
said,
Yes, sir.
before yesterday. If you saw it before yesterday.
Mr. Sledge, I just want to ask you a question if I can. I'm not trying to interrupt you. Any of them that you saw put in one pile like you're doing, any ones you didn't see put in another pile like you're doing, okay? Just keep them separate.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then I know where you might be confused. It's going to be a composite exhibit, and he will publish, to the extent this witness says he recognizes any of them, a smattering of those, not the entirety of them.
Are you done?
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Sledge, did you make 2 piles or 1 pile?
one pile.
And do you recognize what has been marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A through 220A through 220XX, or do not recognize them?
I recognize.
Your Honor, the question was whether or not he saw them before yesterday, and that was not asked, so I would ask that that be inquired.
Let's clarify, please.
Have you seen those items, all of them, in that package, prior to seeing them with your lawyer yesterday?
I didn't see these with my lawyer yesterday, but I have seen these before.
In the past?
Yes,
Before yesterday?
before yesterday, yes.
And are they true and accurate? That's just saying, do they look the way that you remember them when you first saw them?
Yes,
Did you see them, those items contemporaneously? That's a bad word. Did you see them at the time that these items were going on?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, and that would be, Your Honor, 2220A, as in Elisa, through 220, then double X.
All right, that's admitted.
Okay. Mr. Sledge, may I, with the court's permission, may I just
Yeah.
approach you? And I'm just going to show a couple
Yes.
to the jurors as a sample.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Sledge, is it fair to say that these exhibits, and I've numbered them all, but that they're all advertisements or posters for Jeffrey's work, concerts?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that they range from places all over the United States?
yes,
And when I say range from, shows, concerts all over the United States. Is that
yes,
true?
yes,
And the date range goes from, this is just from 2014 into 2015. Fair to
yes,
say?
yes.
Okay. And if we could just pull up a couple. And this would be, with Mr. Kokomo's and the court's permission, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220DD. And it should come up on your screen, Mr. Sledge. Could be, or it's maybe to your left, but yes, it's above you too.
Yeah, I think that one might be out of batteries. That's on the.
Yeah, that's one did.
Mr. Kokomo, can you clear the items on the middle of the screen?
It appears that there's some encryption, Fulton County, on all of the computers, so I'm not sure if it's anything that can be done.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me just show you this to you. Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been admitted, Mr. Williams, or JW Exhibit 220DD. Take a peek at that. And is this a performance in Chicago, Illinois?
yes,
And is it, do you recognize those performers?
yes.
Tell the jurors who they are.
Birdman and Rich Homie Quan.
And anybody else?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And this is the date. Do you see the date?
Yes, December 26th.
And Christmas time,
Yes,
2015?
yes,
To your knowledge and observation, and if
Your
you
Honor.
don't have one,
Yes.
I do not see, and so I would ask for clarification, if the testimony is that there is a 2015 on this exhibit that I'm looking at, because there is no year of 2015, as Mr. Steele has suggested, unless I'm missing it. If he could just show me, I'd be okay.
first of all,
Yes.
it comes from the state of Georgia when they subpoenaed Mr. Williams' Twitter account for 2014 and 15,
Okay.
A and B.
Your Honor.
If I go through all of them, you can see the dates in order.
Your Honor, there is no,
I mean, I think that the objection was that the date might not be, the year date might not be on this one, and I don't see it on there either, so.
All right.
But but he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015, so it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference, because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams
Now I have
after a particular time.
Okay.
Now I have a motion.
All right, so we'll take up the motion in just a minute. With regard to this particular exhibit, I don't see a date on it either. Is there a date on it of a year? If not, maybe
I'll do
pick a
the-
different exhibit.
Fine. And Your Honor, can my motion be preserved as timely?
Yes,
May I approach?
yes.
All right. Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes.
Let's just flip the exhibit here. How about the next exhibit? Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220EE. Okay?
It's a December 31st,
Well, let the
2015.
jurors see it first. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Go ahead. You can look. It's the same.
It's a December 31st, 2015.
New Year's
New
Eve
Year Eve.
and MYE. Do you know that stands for New Year's
The
Eve?
Eve, yes,
2015.
yes.
And did that come, this 220EE, come shortly after, immediately after 220DD of Jeffrey Williams exhibit?
Yes,
And this one, again, the date on 220DD is in Chicago, and it is on,
26.
thank you, tell the jurors.
December 26th.
And does this help you orient that December 26th on 220DD is 2014?
No,
Okay. Does it help you with 220EE? Is the date New Year's Eve going into 2015?
yes.
And who is performing on New Year's Eve, December 31, 2014, going into January 1st, 2015? Who are the performers?
Jeffrey Williams,
Who else?
Birdman, and Rich McCorn.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, regarding the objection as to the year of 220DD, I believe that Mr. Steele said the year was December 26, 2015, and that was where the issue was. I'm asking if now it's understood that it's 2014. If we could.
I don't know that we have that understanding because we don't have evidence that, I mean, I realize these are handed to the witness in a particular order, but I don't know that there's any evidence to suggest that the order that they're in is a chronological one, so we still don't have any evidence as to which of the 2 years that other one was. We just know that this one that we're looking at right now, 220EE, is for a concert date, December 31st of 2015, with those performers.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Did you want to ask him about another?
Yes, Your Honor. When you go through these, or you've gone through this, Mr. Sledge,
Yes,
are they performances, and the jurors will have that exhibit out with them. They'll be able to look at it. Are those performances all over the United States?
yes,
Okay. I'd like to, did your lawyer show you any potential exhibits yesterday or today?
He showed it to me today.
Then I shouldn't have said yes, I apologize. All right, I'm going to approach with a screenshot. If you need to see the actual potential exhibit, just say I don't recognize the screenshot, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm showing Mr. Williams number 46, 47, and 49.
Right.
These are videos, but I was doing it this way, but if needed, Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo.
All right.
May I approach?
You may.
May I approach you, sir?
Yes.
Please take a look at Mr. Williams 49, 47, and 46. And if you need to see the actual item, there's no problem with the court's permission.
It's only with 3.
One more time.
It's only with 3.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Have you, do you know what their screenshots from? Did you go over that with your lawyer?
I knew they was just professional people.
Okay. And have you seen those items before this week? Do you recognize those images from before this week?
Yeah, I probably seen them on. I think I seen all of them on the internet.
Okay. And when you say the internet, just be clear, that's
Instagram.
before. Okay, that's fine. But before this week, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Before yesterday.
Before, yes.
Or today. Okay. And I know you're not seeing the exact video. Do you need to see those videos? Or are you comfortable, confident? How about that? That you've seen these items before?
Yes, I have seen them before.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission. Mark Jeffrey Williams, 46, 47, 49.
Your Honor, with the court, I apologize. Would the court permit an inquiry into foundation? Because I heard the witness say, I think I've seen them. And then when Mr. Steele said, are you confident that you've seen them? He then said, because at first he said, I think I've seen them somewhere on the internet, Instagram. And then Mr. Steele said, are you confident? He said, yeah, I've seen them. So I would ask permission to inquire where it is or in what to further inquire as to his foundation.
No, because
basis for
he's now
knowledge.
said he's confident he's seen them.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
They're admitted.
Mr. Sledge, now, there may be something on the screen, sounds like, that's not anyone's doing, so this may not be the best way to play it, but we're going to try, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo, well, before he publishes, and it'll be, first one is Jeffrey Williams, 46. Let me ask you a couple of questions, Mr. Sledge.
Yes.
Do you remember the prosecutor asked you a lot of questions, or a number of questions, whatever they were, about if you know and if you've done the finger to the nose? You remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you to do it for the jurors, finger to the nose, right?
Yes.
Do you know who started? Do you personally know who started a finger across the nose, if anyone?
No.
Okay. God bless you. Is there anything about an individual taking their finger, like I'm doing, and going across my nose, that means that the person is committing crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection calls for a conclusion, a legal conclusion, and objection as to outside the province of this particular witness. It's an improper question to ask whether it suggests that they are committing a crime.
Okay. Sustained.
With the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo, would you play Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 46? take a look at it, Mr. Sledge. I'll have a question for you. If it's not going to work because the item over the screen, we'll just do it another time, okay?
Is that that
Yes.
box that says something about a hard reset? Just click close.
We don't have access to click close on our computers.
Well,
I will say that this screen that's by Mr. Matthews does not have that. I don't know if maybe that can be utilized.
okay. Maybe. So what, it's on this screen up here?
It's on all the other screens.
Rotate this, Your Honor. I don't know if this.
Okay, I mean, because, you know, IT. Okay, yeah, I guess let's just, somebody, if you don't mind rolling the screen over where the jury and the witness can see it. Hmm?
If you turn that screen that way.
I don't, I mean,
There is a camera at the top of
Right.
that
oh,
screen.
okay, stop, don't do that.
Well, you can
Just,
close the camera.
That one don't have a class.
I mean, I don't know the answer to, if y'all are screen sharing from your laptops.
It's on the.
Oh, okay, I don't know. Believe me, I do not know the solution to the IT issue. I don't know. Can you see enough of it around it? How big is it?
Your Honor,
How about-
Your Honor, what if we cover the camera?
That's fine. I don't, I mean,
And the
Can you-
jurors are seeing.
just come around the back, Mr. Short. It looks like it just kind of sits on top. Just take it off
Okay.
and stick it on the back there somewhere where all it's going to see is the back.
No bad.
It rolls, right?
So you can't turn it?
Yeah, right here is time.
What if I just close the windows?
We'll try.
I mean, I can, I can,
Ah, there we go. There you go, Mr. Look at you.
That's
We-
the end of my.
so that was, yes, okay, good job.
Just said that.
So it was that one that was, okay. Thank you. Yeah. Embarrassment, a broken toe, who knows what else. All right, you may take the IT crown away from Miss Persefield since she's not here this week. We can worry about that later. All right, we now have the ability to see on a screen that is not covered by some strange IT notification.
Mr. Sledge, did you note the two basketball players in that screenshot?
Yes.
And do you know them to be professional players?
Yes.
And were they doing something similar to what you were asked to show the jurors?
Yes.
I'd like to show you Mr. Williams' number 47. Do you know who that person is?
Rod Wade.
Can you tell the jurors, please, into the microphone?
Rod Wade.
And who is Mr. Wave?
He's a rapper, an entertainer.
And that's W-A-V-E. And at the beginning, did you notice that young lady behind Mr. Wave?
No.
Okay. Look at the young lady right behind her, right there.
Oh, yeah, I see it right there now.
And is that similar to what you showed the jurors?
Yes.
And then 49, Mr. Williams, 49? Do you remember discussing with the jurors that you've seen Nickelodeon slime? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to be Jeffrey Williams, number 49. And do you recognize that person as a professional football player?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
I don't forget his name, but
Okay. And was it similar to the wiping of the nose that you were asked a lot of questions about or some questions about earlier?
yes.
And did you hear him say slime?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why is slime significant to YSL?
Could you?
Is it evil?
No.
And the wiping of the nose, is that evil?
No.
I'd like to talk with you about a posting that you were shown, and I forget the state's exhibit number. Give me 1 second. Remember the exhibit that you all played for Mr. Sledge saying lie to the kids? Know the number?
Do you
play it for me? No, I'll use yours. Your Honor, it's already in evidence. Can I discuss with Mr. Sledge number 435?
Sure.
And that's state's exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes. 435Y, right?
Yes,
Yes.
that's what I'm being told. Could you? Thank you. Do you remember this, Mr. Sledge, being played this?
Yes.
I'm going to ask the court to allow it to be played one more time by Mr. Knight, and then I'd like to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes. You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
Now, Mr. Sledge, you told the district attorney when questioning that this is not a new statement. Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
And Had you heard this before from growing up? From where?
Growing up, I have heard it before though.
Okay. Have you seen it and listened to it or read it on the internet?
I think I have seen it on the internet.
And you related this and you made this statement which is now memorialized as State's Exhibit 435Y. Do you remember what was going on at that moment?
No.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's already in evidence, and it's the State's Exhibit number. Do you have Jeffrey Williams making, what number is that? I'd like to show you 447Y. Your Honor, it's already in evidence.
All right,
May we publish it?
you may.
Thank you.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
And was that, you were asked if that was your voice by the district attorney on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And your response was something effective, it sounds like you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the date that was made?
No, I don't remember the date.
I'd like to ask you if you remember the other persons who are speaking in that video, okay?
Yes.
And was it Jeffrey Williams speaking?
Yes.
All right. And was he the one seen on the video?
Yes.
And was it Martinez Arnold speaking?
Yes, that's what it sounded like.
All right. And was the other person Mr. McMillan?
Yes, that's.
Mr. McMillan.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you if you can hear and listen to the very beginning of State's Exhibit number 437Y? Yes. Excuse me, 447Y. I'd like to ask you if you can hear at the very beginning, does it say, I'm gonna swear to God, it's the truth, I'm gonna tell a lie on God. I want you to listen, okay, if it says that.
Okay.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters.
Did you hear the beginning of that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you want headphones, the judge may allow that. The Honorable Judge Whitaker may allow that. But were you able to hear the person speaking?
Yes.
That beginning part? And did they say, I'm going to swear to God, it's the truth, I'm going to tell a lie on God?
Yes.
Who said that?
Hang on. Never mind. Yes, no, okay.
Who said that?
I think that it sounded like my voice, but yes.
Okay. So at the beginning of this video, audio, is it fair to say that you're talking about going to swear to God, to tell the truth, and then tell a lie on God?
Yes.
Was this video something about people who lie,
Yes.
even though they're under oath?
They don't have to be on an oath to tell a lie.
Now, the next part that I'd ask Miss Knight, the Honorable Miss Knight, to play should be Jeffrey speaking, and it's similar to what you said in the video we just saw. Okay. There's Jeffrey saying, listen to this, okay? So, and I'm just saying, N, lie to their mama, lie to their kids. lie to their brothers and sisters, and get right in the courtroom to tell the God's honest truth. If you can just listen to that and tell me if that's what you hear Jeffrey say, okay?
Yes.
One more time. You can start beginning. I mean, it's so short. But can you stop it when that part's ends? Jeffrey. Yeah. Thank you. You listen for my cue? Okay.
So, nigga, a lot of their mama, a lot of their kids, a lot of their brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell God that it's true.
Fuck, nigga.
Was that Jeffrey speaking?
Yes.
And is that similar to what you said on the other exhibit, which is escaping me, the exhibit number? 435Y, State's Exhibit. Was that
Yes.
similar?
Yes.
And are those words that you said are similar words that you've heard before?
Yes.
Did you hear those words before Jeffrey said those words?
Yes.
And then on the next part of it, I'm not going to say it, but it's FN. Ain't going back and forth with you, bro. And then Jeffrey saying, or then another person saying, tell nothing but the truth, so help you God. If you can listen to that, okay?
Yes.
And tell the jurors who's saying that.
Yes.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
It's true.
Fuck.
Thank you.
God that is true.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Okay. Did you hear that? Tell, tell nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Is it accurate to say that in the criminal justice system, from your upbringing and your observation, people come in and lie under oath?
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation about other.
He says from your observation. Of course, I don't know how he can know that.
You can know it
So
from personal experience.
For speculation until there's a foundation established for his ability to answer that. A basis for knowledge. Just speculation about other people lying.
you can try to lay a foundation.
When you said this, when you were part of this, and when I say this, I'm talking about states 447Y, what's up there right now?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you were talking about.
Talking about people lying.
Okay. Now, I want to show you, may I have one moment?
You may.
Can Mr. Kokomo show the prosecutor? This will be Mr. Williams. Thank you. Exhibit number 255.
Okay.
I'm looking at 62 pages. Are we talking about 62 pages? That's what this is.
I'll shorten it, but I just did the dates from the,
That's the same 255 that we looked at before.
no, we cut
No,
out.
it's a different,
Yeah, we stopped in July 2015.
okay, and,
Starts, I think, December or November 2012.
okay. And you were just gonna pick a couple
Yes,
of pages?
I'm not going to go through 60.
Can we, is it possible to have them just specify which two so I can look at those? Or do I need to look at
I
62
was going
and
to show it
guess?
to Mr. Sledge first, obviously, and then we could do that.
Do you know which ones you're gonna use?
No, because Mr. Sledge has to identify.
Okay. I mean, you know generally what,
Yeah. I'll use the one from November 2012, I believe, and I'll look at it, but there'll be 2 or 3. That'll be it.
I mean, this is the same thing we looked at over lunch.
It appears to be all 62 pages.
Yeah,
So-
no, I know.
Well, it's not.
I'm,
It's not accurate. It took out after July 15th.
okay, well.
That's what. But I didn't want to cut it short for the Mr. Sledge to look at. But then I was going to just, once he identifies a few, I was going to stop.
So
Okay, so can you come up here for a minute?
Sledge,
Yes.
we are going to trim down some of those items for you,
Yes.
for me, and we're going to get back to that, okay?
Yes.
I promise you I'll come back to it.
Yes.
If the state can show, again, Mr. Williams' number and what number is it, Jeffrey Williams? 447Y. And if you can just look at it with me for a moment, if you don't mind. Now, do you see at the bottom, if any way to clear the, thank you. You see at the bottom, it says repost, whiz at,
Yes.
and then it says, it's tagging at Thugger1. You see that?
Yes.
Do you know what a repost is?
Someone else posted it, and it was posted to somebody else posted.
So for an example, if I posted something a week ago and you liked it and you wanted to post it, what would happen?
I hit the repost app, and it'll let me repost it on another date.
So the state was saying that this was done and shown and reposted on January 26, 2015.
Yeah.
Do you remember that in the indictment?
Hang on just a second.
I object as to the characterization of that question, the testimony.
Okay, yes, I mean, the state would have asked a question and established that through a witness.
Okay. It's in the indictment as well. And if you're not familiar, do you remember this being in the indictment?
Okay, well, that's just an assertion.
Exactly. So I want to show you, are you ready? What number is it? Actually, can you show it to the prosecution first? What number is this going to be? It's going to be Jeffrey Williams, number 256.
Is this something new that's not in what you sent before?
True.
Okay,
I'm trimming down.
that's fine. Oh, I got you, okay.
All right, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Sledge?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Sledge, is that okay?
Yes.
Just take a look at this, telling me whether you can recognize it and you could hear it as well, just to make sure, but don't make it loud enough for the jurors yet.
So, Your Honor, prior to that being displayed, what we have not heard is the sound in that video, because this is the first time we've seen it. So
Right.
we'd ask that before anything be done with it, the state be allowed an opportunity to hear what is being said in that particular video, which is a little different.
I don't know if it's different or not.
It is. I'm looking at it. It is not the same exact thing that we just
Okay.
put up.
Okay. Then I guess this will be where we break for the evening.
Your Honor, it's 11 seconds. I mean, if that matters.
Well, or we can see if Miss Love can hear it without. Do you want to step out into the hall? That would be easier than excusing all of them to the.
Yes.
All right. She'll be right back. We'll sit for just a sec and I'll let y'all go soon.
Go with your computer.
And Mr. Steele, estimate for me how long you think the rest of your cross is going to take.
30 minutes?
Do y'all want to stay for, who else has, if anybody has going to have cross for this witness? Anybody? Okay. Okay. Do y'all want to just, well, do y'all want to stay 30 more minutes? Although we'll have a redirect on Monday, but yes, I have some thumbs up for 30 minutes. Lots of nods for 30. Okay.
The only issue I just want to make the court on the on
It's always something.
the 62
Yeah.
item. That's the only thing I have to go over, which is going to take a little more time. So I just want you to. I won't finish. Is my
All
point.
right. Yeah. We'll get 30 more minutes and then we'll see where we are. Okay. All right. Then I guess he's already seen it.
Yes.
So go ahead and ask whatever you need to ask.
Mr. Sledge, have you seen what is now marked as Mr. Williams number 256? Have you seen that before?
Yes.
And is it accurate? And does it depict the way it was when it was first filmed, or filmed and audioed?
Yes.
And Your
Any-
Honor, two things. I object on the basis of the vagueness of the question. Have you seen it before? I don't know if that means before he was shown by a
Well,
lawyer.
can you clarify that?
Were you present when that was made?
Yes, I was
Or
present.
is your voice on there?
Yes, my voice is on there.
Is it the same as, and I always forget, 447?
Oh.
447Y that was shown to the jurors, the repost?
Yes, my voice on there.
Okay.
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 So on 256, JW 256, is that what you were just asking the questions about he was present for? Okay. All right.
With
Other-
that, I have no
Okay.
objection if he's saying he was there.
All right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo will publish Mr. Williams number 256.
All right.
A lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Bro.
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Swear to God.
So nigga, a lot of they mama,
A
a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Bro.
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Mr. Sledge, did you hear your voice?
Yes.
The voice of Mr. Jeffrey Williams and the face of Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Did you hear the voice of Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
Did you hear the voice of Mr. Martinez, also known as Duke?
Yes.
Is it the same exact video that was played earlier as the repost?
Yes.
And on Jeffrey Williams number 256, I'd like you to tell the jurors, it's small writing, if you could read it to them, what date at the bottom right was this made?
January 4th, 2015.
And on January 4th, 2015, what was Jeffrey Williams' relationship like with Donovan Thomas from your personal observation?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
They had a great relationship.
And does this video on January 4th, 2015 have anything to do, from your own personal knowledge from being in it, about Donovan Thomas or threatening some witness or anything?
No.
Objection, one is compound, so I don't know which part of that he's asking about. And then the second part, he is speaking to the intent of defendant Williams when he says, does it have anything to do with threatening something?
Okay,
Asking
well,
his
it's
personal-
his personal knowledge, and while Mr. Steele does ask long questions sometimes, he has a lot of clauses in there. I don't believe it was a compound question, just had a lot of descriptive clauses. So overruled.
So the indictment, and if you don't remember, we'll show it to you. No one's trying to keep anything from you. Says that this was done 16 days after the killing of Mr. Williams, that it was reposted. But this was made 6 days before, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes.
Now, if you can look at the very top right-hand side, you see where it says watch your post? You see that at the top?
Yes.
And then underneath it, it says watch your post, and then it says best said at MPA Duke, D-U-K-E 1, the number 1, said it first, 3 exclamation points. You see that?
Yes.
Who, to your knowledge, is MPA Duke 1?
Mr. Arnold.
Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
And then it says video by at Thugger1 pound YouTube pound Young Thug pound Thugger1 pound Urban Post. You see all that?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says best said at MPA Duke 1 said it first, that's Mr. Arnold
Yes.
saying it first.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to that.
Yeah, sustained as to that.
All right. Now, I want to ask you other questions if I can. Before January 4th, 2015, were you familiar with this type of statement?
Yes.
Now, if a witness, when it says at the end, the prosecutor said, y'all should be killed. Let me make sure I got, hold on one second. Y'all should be killed, and that's from me and YSL. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I didn't quote it perfectly, something to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. From being there and being a participant in this video, which is 256, Jeffrey 1's 256, what do you believe should happen to a witness who lies about someone in trial?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. You were released from prison from the drive-by shooting. Remember, the jurors heard a lot about that, April of 2015?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were released in year 2019?
Yes.
And when you were released from prison, you needed a job, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. You were financially depleted. You didn't have much money?
No.
All right. And is it fair to say that Jeffrey at that time was even more popular than he was in 2015?
Yes.
And did Jeffrey offer you a job?
Yes.
Was it conditional? Did you have to promise something?
No.
How about no more crime?
No.
Are you withdrawing that objection?
Did Jeffrey tell you you can't commit crimes?
That right there is hearsay.
Sustained.
When you were on tour with Jeffrey, and from your personal observations, so I'm not asking you what other people said or anything, did you ever observe people who would steal from other people, from stores or anything like that, and Jeffrey would find out about it and repay those people?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Well, I think it's relevant. You're the leader of a supposed organization.
Your Honor, I object on the basis of whatever the speaking objection is about to be.
I think it's relevant, more than relevant,
Your Honor,
to the conduct after this trial.
his character, he's trying
That's
to
not-
get into character
Sustained.
evidence.
All right. Do you remember seeing in the days before Donovan Thomas was killed? Do you ever remember seeing, personally seeing, Mr. Kenneth Copeland with an Infiniti vehicle?
No.
When you drove Mr. Copeland to the police department on the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, is that true?
Yes.
And your significant other, the mother of your child, was with you, as well as your youngest child at that time, right?
It was he ain't my youngest child, he my oldest son.
Apologize. Okay. And Mr. Copeland didn't have a car there, right? That's why you drove him? Am I correct?
He didn't have a car there.
Do you remember at all whether Mr. Copeland asked you to pick him up and drive him to Jeffrey Williams' house with you for safety?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you know how, as you sit here today, do you remember how Mr. Copeland, if you know, got to Jeffrey Williams' home on January 10th, 2015?
I don't know.
All right. Has Jeffrey ever paid for your lawyer fees?
No.
Has he ever paid for your bond?
No.
Your Honor? I believe except for the, I have to break down the 62, which I probably can't do in a short period of time. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, well, so is your plan to,
I'll try to do it, with the court's permission, I'll try to do it Mr. Wright and figure out if there's a quick way to get it through. I'm not going to speak with Mr. Sledge. I don't mean any disrespect, but I'll go through his.
Your Honor, would the court permit outside of the jury's presence for the question to be placed upon the witness so that the court can hear?
sure,
That's
yeah,
fine with
that
me.
may be a better way to do it. Okay, all right, so we are gonna break for the day and for the weekend, and I am going to remind all of you to not talk about the case with anybody. Don't let anybody talk about it with you. You are only supposed to decide this case based on the evidence admitted inside this courtroom, so don't conduct any research on your own. Don't try to find out anything on the internet or from old school sources or from other people, from social media. Don't do research about the law. Do not read, watch, listen to any accounts of this trial online, in print, television, otherwise, radio, social media, anything like that. And leave your notes in the jury room, and we will see you on Monday at 9. Y'all have a great weekend. You stay here with us for a minute.
Oh, okay.
We're going to ask you some more questions.
Oh, okay. You better say something. I'm trying to go. They charged it for Monday. It need to be charged.
All right, good. Okay, go ahead and attempt.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, have those? Okay. Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
I'm going to ask the court, there's no jury here, but we're still in trial, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to ask, with the court's permission, to approach you and show you, and I'm just going to pick out a few, and just tell me whether you have ever seen these postings online before this week, okay? Is that okay?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to target a couple, but it's going to take me a moment, but I think I could target a few.
Hey, Your
Okay.
Honor, if Mr. Steele would simply apprise the court and counsel for the state which ones he's targeting and approaching him with, so we could at least write it down.
I'm going to do
he'll
that. Can Mr. Kokomo and I approach this for a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Sledge, can we come to you?
Yes.
It's going to be on a small screen.
And just be real clear of exactly what you're asking him, not post like this.
We're going to, Mr. Kokomo is going to show you. Can you pull up the one that it says, it's December. Yeah. If you have not seen this, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Moore. Okay.
And
If you have not seen this before, you'll just tell us, I haven't read it, I haven't seen it, okay?
Yeah.
If you have seen it and read it, just tell us, I have seen and read it.
Your Honor, could Mr.
Yeah.
Steele place just on the record the one he just
Yeah.
identified for Mr. Kokomo, but I
Yeah,
could
in
barely
some
hear.
way. Or just
Just say
spin
it.
around and show Miss
Yeah,
Love.
if I could
This
see it.
This is DMAC.
Just spin around and show Miss Love will be easier than trying to. Some people's names or tags or whatever are kind of hard to read out.
Okay, thank you.
If you have not seen this, just make it clear. If you have seen it, just make it clear. I'm just going to read it, okay?
Okay.
And it is, I'm just orienting myself. This is Mr. Williams' exhibit number
You can call it 255A.
255A. And it's down here, and it says, DMAC got me to banging at DMAC to banging. And you see the date?
Yes.
December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And this is me, I'm not reading it verbatim, okay? And AN lie to they mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't get it. Or ION get it, hyphen at Young Thug. You see that?
Yes.
If you can remember, if you can, it's fine, and just tell us, have you seen that before this week?
Have I seen it
That particular post.
this week?
No.
Oh, anytime.
This week.
I can't even remember exactly what day I seen it, but I don't seen this before.
You have seen it
but-
before.
Yes.
Have you seen
Judge,
it
is he
before?
talking about that?
This
Have you
specific
seen
post.
DMAC got to me too banging on
Yes.
December 27th? That post. You
Yes.
saw that
I
post?
saw this post
All right.
before.
Have you seen it before this week, just to make sure?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. We're gonna have to mark that. Can you pull up the one that says, she dies, you know that one? Can't remember the exact term. And if you don't know it, I have my notes, I put Tricia. Can I step back just 1 second here? No.
Yeah. This seems to be a convenient time. I don't know, is this like a schedule? Honors. Mr. Wright has brought it to my attention that he's now under subpoena, a state subpoena. However, he is serving as Mr. Sledge's lawyer, and he's obviously been sitting in here. And I think it would be appropriate for him to continue to sit in here for the remainder of Mr. Sledge's testimony, since he's serving as his lawyer. Is the
I
state
agree.
going to have any problem with that?
Not at
All
all.
right, and then y'all aren't going to make any kind of, okay, all right, that's fine. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay. And is this like a cautionary potential subpoena, or is he gonna, I mean, are you gonna let him know when you expect him to, he's got other business, obviously, after he finishes as his attorney role. Will you let him know when he needs to be back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, that's the only reason I'm asking. Okay. All right, are y'all ready with your next one?
We'll just do the one then, Your Honor.
Okay. Well,
We're
great.
gonna call
then.
it 225.
Okay, and it'll just be that
No,
one.
I said it wrong. 255.
255.
Even.
Just 255.
We'll call it 25 with the court's permission, and then we'll just start with that on whatever you tell us.
All right, and it'll just be that one, and then
And we'll
you suspect
rearrange
you'll
it.
be pretty much done at that point.
I actually turned the page. I have more, but yes, it's not much.
I mean,
It'll be
that's
15
fine.
minutes,
Okay.
20 minutes.
All right,
But I'm going to start with that, and we'll make it just one, like exhibit,
Okay.
one thing. So we'll crop it.
that works.
So the only tweak now that is that 255A consists of is DMAC 2 baited.
There's no A though. There's no.
Yeah,
A.
it's not, it's just gonna be 255. But yes, is
And-
that right?
And it's December 27, 2014.
All right, thank you.
That's the one we'll use.
Okay,
I just have one thing to note for the record,
okay. Are we finished with Mr. Sledge for the day?
except Mr. Wright. I'd like to stay just for a minute.
Okay, so are we finished with Mr. Sledge?
I am finished with him. He could stay out on whatever the court wants. But yes, I'm not asking him
Okay.
any questions.
You may step out and we'll see you at 9 on Monday.